Wow. Wow. Ooh, wow. 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 Ooh, wow.
Turned against says what the heck.
Love it, stay safe.
Okay, the speaker works again.
10 hours, 46 minutes. Get ready to call it pretty soon. Get ready to go to sleep. 40-minute walk? Holy shit. Yeah, do a 40-minute walk in Vanlife.
Most people's average walking speed is like 2 to 3 miles an hour.
We did that yesterday, took the rest of the day.
So special. Like, wow, dude, Twitch has you. We're fucking lucky, you know? And I'm not kissing any ass either. Like, she deserves that kind of accolades, like that kind of recognition. And we have a lot of friends in that same wheelhouse that deserve that same kind of treatment, and being told that they deserve the love and that they have a bright future and that I'll always be there. Looking forward to seeing what they do next, and if there's any way I can support it, I will. And so, W, Erie, for putting herself out there and for believing in herself and for your community to believe in you and turning it into something real special. And I really do look forward to seeing where life takes you. I don't even care if it's in 20 years from now, I'll be supporting you. Even if Twitch doesn't exist, you really do deserve it. And those of you who are from her stream, I know you guys feel that same way. Accept it. Oh.
One with the front.
Let me know what's going on in your world.
Mentally, emotionally, I feel that. All the above.
Are you like north, south, east?
Hey, bro, if everyone's reading, you're really close. So.
Oh shit. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Thea. Thank you so much. This is the last day of the month too, so that really helps for like next month's payout from this month. So thank you. Good morning. Got office charmer in there. Oh, nice. No shit. Really? Wow, you did. And Captain Crunch. Holy shit. That's a good anonymous. Yo, Commanda. Oh, 16 months is crazy. Good morning, everybody. Hi, hello, welcome. Thank you for the support. It is the last day of the month. You guys see my new hat? Oh, your shit. It hardly fits on my head, but I love it. I'm so indecisive about it. It's like, because like anything can knock it off, like if it's windy. And it makes my head look bigger, which my head's already huge. But I also love the hat. It's kind of tough. I think I'll get another one and keep this one. Looks good on you. Aw, thank you. I have not been feeling that way. Only because it's like the slightest thing touches the back and it falls off. Like it's just my head. It's so shallow compared to the depth of the top of my head, which is very big. How can I send you a Halo Vanlife address? Yo, actually, Albie, I do. It's in LA though. I do have a PO box. So how's everybody doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. We're close to 600 subs. We might magically be able to do that. Oh wait, no, the discount's over. Yeah, the wind might knock it off. I do love the vibe. Hype train! Let's go! You guys, if we start this off the way that we're starting it off right now, I think that it's going to be a vibey day. Thank you for the extra support already. It's crazy. I'm just trying to feel better every day. And my brother, you leaving SF? Nah. I mean, one day. Good morning, Setlist. How are you? Hey, Samantha. Good morning. How are you? Oh, gosh. Where the fuck is the cable? Ugh. I have to reach in here and get to the... I gotta get into the crevices in there. Oh, gosh. There we go. Come on. Mother flubber. There we go. Okay. Plugged in. What up, Benny? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, heavy backpack. Oh. Hey, whoa. 125 stream streak. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Big D.
Lakebug, subscribe to your channel at tier 3 for 25.
Wait, what? Lakebug! Oh my god, let's go! Let's go. Wait, did that push it to a level 4? Thank you so much for the tier 3! Let's go! Y'all are the best. It rained a little bit this morning, but not enough to leak through the windshield, apparently. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. God, I started like hunkering down and like really getting all my taxes in order and like organizing and categorizing everything. Bro, it's crazy. I owe like $15,000. And I think I can drop that by like 6,000 or 8,000. But it's still gonna be crazy. It's gonna be the most I've ever paid in taxes, and it's gonna hurt for sure. Fuck the tax system, fuck the IRS, and fuck every single billionaire on the planet. I don't care which one. Fuck every one of them. Fuck them all. Fuck whoever's gonna become trillionaires in the next 5 years. Fuck them too. Fuck you. Fuck the IRS. Fuck the government. Fuck taxes. Fuck like having the best year of your life and then owing the most you've ever owed in your life, and you're just like, You know, it's tough. And I know you guys know what it's like. I know it. But no, there's no taxes withheld for my payments. I got like 1099s from 7 different companies because of how many things like sponsors, business PayPal, personal PayPal, Venmo, YouTube, Kick, Twitch. Remember how much I was like, yo, I gotta have multiple streams of income. This is gonna be great. It's so useful and it helps me as a streamer. It does, and it was useful, and it really did benefit to really broaden my income stream horizon. But damn, I've never quite felt like I've owed the government as much money as I do. I guess it's a good thing. I don't have a tax guy. I've done my own taxes for the last like 10 years. And any job that I've had that wanted to withhold taxes for me as a part of their plan, I was like, no. I got you. Because everybody's like, ooh, tax returns. And I'm like, no, I don't get a return. I spend money at the end usually. But yeah, that's the thing, is that like, if I would have in the last like few months like decided to officially, like if at the end of 2025 I would have done an LLC and done an S corp and put myself on a salary, I still could have worked it out as a first year business in California as official LLC with a S corp, because then you honestly, they give you this biggest fucking tax break ever too. And this year, like, if last year is going to be more profitable than this year, then I very well should have set up an S corp, an LLC last year for last year. Because in California, when you do an LLC and an S corp your first year, you basically only pay like 5% taxes. So you get like this huge fucking reduction. And honestly, had I just really known what I was getting myself into before I did all my finances and accounting the last few months, had I known, I would have benefited so greatly. 2025 would have been the optimal year to like move into that. And I missed the window to do that. So now I owe like, a lot more than I would have. But that's just how it works. I mean, everybody here has probably experienced this in some fashion. Unexpected day off. Fuck yeah, let's go. We love unexpected days off. And my knee is still all messed up. I had a surgery on my knuckle like 20 years ago when I was a little kid, and I think I need like a revisit surgery or something. So I'm gonna have to see like a fucking specialist about this. My knuckle has like a bump on the tendon, and when I move it, that bump like slides back and forth, and it's clearly not supposed to be there. Anything that grazes up against it the last couple of weeks, it's like if it touches it just right, it hurts like a motherfucker. Or if I'm like holding the phone, even like little tiny movements like left and right, like move that part of my tendon like over nerves and other pieces of tendon and stuff or whatever. Either way, bruh, I may or may not be actually falling apart and actually need like a slew of professional medical attention soon. Which is also intimidating when I owe the goddamn government so much money. It also makes me sympathize incredibly with anybody who's just in medical debt or like scared to get in medical debt. You know what I mean? I fucking get it, dude. I get it. I so get it. Like, I'm not gonna go into a place and put myself in crucial debt if I can put it off. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure most people are on that same thing. The medical system is just really horrible here. It's very unreliable and very expensive, even if you have health care coverage. But yeah, it's interesting. The trap of lower class, lower middle class, the trap of the medical, the food, the cost of living, the wages we're paid to survive. The trap of that in the U.S. is really bad. It does seem like I feel like by the time I'm an elderly person, the world will probably have changed a lot. But what it looks like is that nobody's going to be able to buy homes. Like people in their 30s, I don't know if they're ever going to be able to buy a home. At least not where they would hope. At least not in the environment in which they wish they could, even if it's not just the vibe of nature or whatever, the city, like, but good schools, good resources, etc. Either way, I'm not trying to talk about that shit all day. That's why we come on Twitch, to forget about all of our troubles and, all the things, and we make the best of the good things. Is there a way to protect your knuckle from getting hit? I think that there are, like, certain things that I could use to reduce the chances that I have as much pain throughout the day. But, like, usually throughout the day, I'll, like, reach in my pocket and even just, like, grazing the lip of the stitching on the pocket seam here, it'll be like, fuck! Like, it'll literally feel like somebody stuck a hypodermic needle, like, into my knuckle for one split moment, It's like that. It's not like something that it's not like a bruise that hurts when I touch it. It's like something in my surgery that I had, or my tendon is busted. Like, something's wrong with my hand. I personally don't think that there's any kind of recovery for this. There's only, like, getting it fixed up again. I'll never forget waking up from this surgery and being like, oh God. Like, with the anesthesia they put me out with made me really nauseous. When I woke up, I was just sort of, like, throwing up everywhere. And when I realized where I was like, holy shit, dude, I just got surgery. So I'm pretty familiar with the whole routine. I've had, like, broken bones. I've gotten surgeries. I've gotten casts. I've gotten stitches probably 10 times. I've been to the hospital a lot in my life. But yeah, so that's me, like, hyperfixating on everything that doesn't necessarily make me happy, but that's just life. Like, yesterday I took the day off, but I spent like 8 hours doing my taxes and didn't even finish them. And I was exhausted. So my day off was kind of not a day off. So let's enjoy today, guys. Let's make the best of today, please. Just hang out if you have time. Keep the tab open on the stream if you got time. I could use some good company in a good place, so it's a perfect opportunity to make the best of it here on stream. It's like cloudy and it was foggy this morning, but I think that we should go take a nice hike through the park. If it was any clearer, I would have gone to watch sunrise at Twin Peaks. I looked up a bunch of live cams this morning and it was too foggy. But I was up at like 6 a.m. trying to get you guys a sunrise. Dignified, it's good to see you, bro. Brain drop all. What taxes you should pay? All of them. Doctors don't help. They prop it off us being sick. I hate it. Yeah, but people who are doctors, they care. The industry might be fucked. It's almost like saying that all cops suck, but it's not true. It's the system that sucks. But yeah, there's good doctors, there's good surgeons, there's good physical therapists, there's good, health practitioners. There's good people in the field. I mean, that's all we can hope for, is that amazing people keep taking these jobs, even though the industry is a little fucked. Good people within that industry makes our experience as a patient better. So, but I feel you. Sometimes I go on a tangent. I'm just like, what the fuck? All the food gives us cancer, and the doctors are putting us in debt, and they're just feeding us all this medicine. They don't give a shit. They just get bonuses every time they sell a new drug. I feel you, but I'm gonna be a little more optimistic because I can't handle it. Sweaty, what's up? Good morning. Sexy hat, thank you. KT, thank you. How are you, KT? How's your knee? How's the recovery? Actually, KT had a real knee surgery, so they're recovering now, healing. Anyone who lives in the U.S. should be concerned about entering medical debt, regardless of their health status. We're all susceptible to the awful medical system. That's true, Link. Yeah. Well, I do agree with the whole medical stuff y'all are saying. I do say that I get extremely extreme with my doctor. Very patient-oriented. Won't even hesitate to cut your bill if you explain. Wait. Oh, extremely fortunate with my doctor. I see. Little gloomy today. Yeah. Welcome to San Francisco. Wagwan. What's up, Blind Babies Holiday? How are you? Rock. What beach is that? Looks nice. This is called Ocean Beach. It's the biggest beach and beach parking lots with the easiest access, I'd say, in all of San Francisco. More people frequent this beach per day and on the weekends than any other beach in the city. Unless you consider, like, near Fort Mason in front of the Ghirardelli factory, like that touristy spot, a beach. I guess throughout the day, maybe more people visit that beach. But more people come here than I see anywhere else. Mason has a question. What's your question? Ask me anything. Tell me your brew. What sort of maker do you use? Is it filtered? Oh, sorry, you're asking Lone Ranger. I was like, me? You cancer? They want to send you in radiation? Put you in a death box? Yeah, it's crazy. You have to, like, fight death with death. Cancer is fucking crazy. Why do you have dreaded hair? And how did you get that? That's a good question. I think you've asked that more normally and appropriately than 99% of people who've asked. So the reason my hair has dreadlocks in it is because if it all started a long time ago. I went to this event, and it was, like, in the forest. It wasn't, like, a concert or anything. It was just this big gathering in deep, like, so far in the forest that you'd never find us if you didn't know what was there. And I stayed there for, like, a month in the middle of the forest. And there was, like, no showers. There was, like, no resources. It was just, like, a long camping trip with, like, 15,000 other people. It was not gnarly. But yeah, so I climbed up this hill and I found this flat spot and I set up my tent and I was like, okay, this is my campsite now. And then I just went to sleep every day, sleeping on my back in like a sleeping bag. And so I had like a hoodie on, pull my hood up, put the sleeping bag over me, like wrap myself up like a mummy. And then I'd wake up, and because I was sleeping on my back, and because sleeping on my back was easier at that time to stay warm for some reason, it was like my cocoon worked better if I was sleeping on my back. And also, when you're basically laying on a yoga mat in a sleeping bag and you don't have any padding underneath you, you probably won't find yourself sleeping on your side as much as you will on your back because it's more comfortable. But yeah, so I slept on my back for like a month at this gathering, and it's just like a giant hippie gathering. And when I left there, my hair was all dreaded, and I was like, what the fuck? Because I'd had long hair my whole life, but it never got into that point ever. And I was like, damn. And then ever since then, I just been trying to not have more dreads, and more dreads would form. And like, there's points when my dreads were like, I don't know, 2.5 feet long. Some of them were like so long. And some of them break. Some of them fall out. Not fall out, but like have breaking points where there's little thin spot on portions. And I'm just like, some people will fight really hard to maintain them and keep them thriving and like make them look good and fix. You can do like maintenance on them and stuff. But my intention was never to like have dreadlocks. It just came from just the neglect of my hair, far away from resources in which you could, you know, focus on your hygiene, like your hair, washing your hair, brushing your hair, all that kind of stuff. That's why I have dreadlocks. That's how they've formed. So it was never something that I like wanted to do on my own. I was never like, oh, I want dreadlocks. That's cool. Never. Literally just circumstantial. It just happened to work out this way. And I've had like 14 dreads. I think I have like 5 now. I don't know. I've gone like back and forth where I'm just like, I get anxious and then I like completely remove an entire dread just to like take better care of the hair. There's all kinds of weird, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. What Celsius is this? This one is Retro Vibes. I had one open from yesterday because I don't drink a lot of caffeine on my days off. So like, this is like 2 days of drinking one of these. But I did finish off this peach one this morning. I'm dealing. Walked a lot over the weekend. Thought I jacked it up again. Luckily, it's feeling a lot better today. I hope your knee's doing all right. Even when you wear like a brace and all that shit, it you still feel like you have to that you might have damaged it just from walking. But now it feels better. Like when you were walking, were you wearing a brace? How much did you walk? What kind of surface? Earl Grey, baby. Classic Lone Ranger. Hey, Norman, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, 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 everybody. Everybody! Parked downtown for the Wings game. Had to go up and down the parking structure, 5th floor. No elevators working? Wow. Pfft. L Stadium. Or, wait, where did you go? Which... L Arena. Was that the Joe Louis? That's fucked up. What about people that require the necessary accessibility, like elevators? What do they do? They just can't go? Wow. Damn. Leave it to Detroit. I'm originally from Detroit, guys, so if you ever hear me shitting on Detroit, there's always some constructive hope in the background of my voice, even if I don't say it. Hey, now I work down there for the stadiums, though. Oh, nice. I don't need elevators, dude. I can levitate. They're like, have you not learned how to levitate? You just float up there. You're like, listen, motherfucker. I'm gonna sue you. Yeah, if you guys want to pull one over on Detroit, you know, if you need better accessibility of like a walker or a wheelchair, book a ticket right now. Get a ticket for the next game. Sit at the stairs and be like, I need to talk to the management. I need to file a complaint. I think I'm going to sue you guys for lack of accessibility. Somebody needs to put some fire under their ass. If there's no elevator at the arena, there's no way for people to enjoy that can't physically walk up and down those stairs. There's something fucking wrong there. I promise that's something that should be remedied ASAP. Isn't it funny that we have no control over where we grow up, right? Oh my god, Bud Girl Dee Dee. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's freaking go. How's my girl? What's up? How you doing?
Bud Girl Dee Dee rated your channel with 4 viewers.
There's multiple elevators, but KT said they weren't working. Excuse me. Oh, he was talking about the parking structure. Even worse. There's no elevators in the parking structure, bro? That's unheard of. Bro, there's elevators in parking structures that don't even have anything to do with... Is there elevators in the parking structures, but they just weren't working? I may be wrong without them all working. It was that one. Oh, yeah. Bud Girl Dee Dee, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid, Lakebug. It's so good to see you. I missed you. Dee Dee, how was the stream? You guys, our favorite African streamer right there. Bud Girl Dee Dee. How many streamers in Africa do you guys follow? Probably not many. If the number is 0, let's change that right now. Make sure that you follow Bud Girl Dee Dee. She likes to roll one up, listen to music, share YouTube videos, talk about life, laugh, love. She's a very cool person. Like, highly recommend you guys follow her. Obviously, her hours are way different for streaming than ours because she's in Africa. But if you have not checked her stream out or talked to her, do it. What are you waiting for? Why are you guys only talking to Americans that speak English? There's Africans out there speaking English on Twitch. Stream was amazing. We really laughed so hard. My ribs are still paining. Oh, nice. I love that. You're working Hockey Town Friday? Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, you guys, that's Bud Girl Dee Dee right there. Amazing. Amazing. So it did rain for like an hour this morning, so I imagine that the park is probably really fresh. Feeling good. You know what's crazy? You know how I've been talking about this Claude AI thing? It like reads your computer screen. So let me give you a quick example of why it's really helpful. Like, have you ever been doing your taxes and then you're uploading your 1099s or some shit? Maybe you guys pay somebody to do this, and this is why this fucking thing is helping me. I don't have to pay a fucking person to help me with this shit. I might pay somebody to help me this year to see if they can just completely maximize my write-offs, because this is the most I've ever owed. But so I uploaded like 7 or 8 1099s from all these different businesses that paid me last year, between like streaming apps, business, PayPal, Venmo, sponsors, you know, whatever. And I uploaded all of them, and then it wasn't showing my total income. And I was like, what the fuck? I uploaded all of them, and I realized two of them had errors while uploading it. And then, like, basically I just opened it up, and I opened it up in the browser, and then I opened up Claude AI, and I was like, what the fuck did I do wrong? Like, why isn't this working? It's not calculating everything correctly. Literally, like, 2 minutes later, everything's fixed, everything's redone, everything's perfect. And then there was another point when it wouldn't let me upload a file, and the file had, like, 2 months of important transactions, literally during the subathon. When I started doing my taxes, the only dates I was missing was like some of the most important. It was like mid-September to mid-November. And so I had to get this file that had all my transactions on it, and then I had to like reform it and re-edit it and like try to get it to upload, because it just kept having error after error after error after error for like 30 minutes. I was like, this is so dumb. I know what I'm doing. I've done this so many times. I know the format. I know it needs to be 3 columns. I know it's date, description, amount. Like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? It was so frustrating. I open up Claude AI and I'm like, please look at my screen right now and tell me what the fuck I'm doing wrong. And then it's like grabs the CSV file, and it's like, there's just like 1 comma within your like hundreds of transactions. There's just 1 comma that I think is fucking it up. Let me revise everything. Let me resave it. Fixed copy saved. Go ahead, try that one. It works. First try. I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, just to have this kind of help without having to call Geek Squad or assistance on TurboTax, which costs extra, or hiring an accountant or tax accountant. Not only was it already easy enough for us to do this shit on our own if we're under $1,000, $100K a year, for sure. And then it just got easier. Those little hiccups that take like 4 hours of your day and make you feel uncomfortable for fucking, you're just trying to get your taxes done. Like the little hiccups that are technical site-to-site errors and like different format errors and little hidden characters that don't get accepted once it starts to upload to the platform or to TurboTax, etc. I purposefully tried to figure everything out myself for like an hour, and then I was like, all right, now this is my proof of concept that this is my new assistant. And then, it basically helped me fix every single error that was like very technical website, file, character, format related errors. So essentially you could open QuickBooks, self-employed, you could open TurboTax, and you could like open your bank account, and then you could go into Claude and turn on Cowork, and it won't be able to touch your bank account. It won't be able to interact with TurboTax. physically, but it can literally walk you through every single thing that you need to do to finish your taxes. I didn't need it for that much, but it is 100% possible. So it's pretty cool that I had help last night with some of the things that were frustrating. And that's just the beginning of how useful this is going to be. It's kind of crazy. So basically I have a system that can just like click through my browsers. It can open up apps on my computer. It can do anything that I could do if I was sitting at the computer, like to a very fine detail. Like it won't ever accidentally do something else. It won't ever suggest a wrong suggestion because you're not asking it so much as you are telling it what to do, if that makes sense. And so it's not like a conversational AI. It's like a task finisher. It's like it's so different than like it's not something you're looking for acknowledgement from. It's not like something you're trying to talk about your day, or you can do all that shit, but it's so pointless and a waste of all your usage for the day. Essentially, use Google, use ChatGPT, use Grok, use everything else for just chat. But when you want to get work done, I can open this app on my computer, this software, and then I can open the same app on my phone, and I could control my computer from my phone, but not in a remote desktop view. It's not like I'm like looking at it and I'm moving my finger and I'm dragging and like, because I've made edits on the OBS, on StreamerBot, and all my effects and all this stuff while streaming, where I can remotely log into the server, the computer that's running my stream. There's just so much going on. It's fucking crazy. I'm barely even scratching the surface. I don't even know what's going to come up next that'll be beneficial for me, but everything I've tested so far is ridiculously good. You want to, it's crazy. I'm trying to like tell people like what this means for somebody. Like I've been for years trying to keep up with my platforms. Like I have almost like 250,000 followers across all my platforms. And when I stream a lot, I don't want to sit on Instagram or TikTok or Twitter or fucking any of those platforms. And I don't want to scroll and I don't want to post because I don't have energy to do it. But I know that posting on these platforms will help me a lot. So I found this system in which it'll post on all my platforms. It'll just open up Instagram. It'll open up the post page. It'll go to the exact video that I wanted to share there. And if I need the video edited, I just tell the AI what video I want edited and how I want it edited, and it doesn't even have to open up an editing fucking software. It edits the whole fucking piece of data in the file with a Python script. So like, I don't even have to open up editing software anymore. It does it all with data. It does it all with scripts, bro. Like I can upload a video, or I can just have a video on my computer. I can say, grab that video, add captions, very easy to read, and, you know, cut out the weird 3-4 seconds at the end, and, you know, maybe turn down the copywritten music and amplify the voice. And then at the very end, like make it show my link to my, you know, more on twitch.tv/potentialbliss. I can literally tell it to do that for me without opening up an editing software. It just opens up Python in the background and you don't even see it happening. And it's like, and then it's like, and spits out your finished video. What the fuck, dude? That's because all these programs that we use are just cute interfaces for a developer's hard work. So like everything we see is a user interface that makes it easier to use confusing ass technology. All software is, all a program is, all an app is like packaging up everything that you could never do without it and making it easy for just like somebody who doesn't really know shit, right? Like apps don't even need to exist. It's so confusing. It's crazy because it's the same thing with like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Like if I want my YouTube, if I get comments on my YouTube and I want an automation system to like every one of those comments in the first 5 minutes of them coming, and then create a log that sends me links to go to every single photo that has a comment or video so I can manually do a personalized comment response. It's like this assistance where it benefits people like myself who are doing all this shit alone and don't have time to go and like every single comment while I'm also working every single day. It's exhausting to do what I do. It's not something I look forward to, is to open my phone and scroll through apps all night after streaming all day to post and like comments. Like, I wish I could. I know it'll probably help catapult my streams and my platforms even further. But it's hard. So now I have this system in which it does it for me. Like if I want to post if I want to, like, for example, it's not like opening YouTube and liking a picture. You know what I mean? It's not like opening YouTube Shorts and liking a comment on my video. There's like a whole system integrated, and it's just doing it in the background. So like, there's so much automation that's happening online, which is like not full automation necessarily, but some of it is. Like, I could program it to respond to every single comment that I get with like an emoji, and I can make it like the comment too. Like, I could go as far as not having it be like semi-assisted or not semi-manual, where it's like a little bit of AI, automation, API stuff, or it's a mixture of that and me commenting personally, checking on every single thing that's in the backlog that was liked. I don't get a lot of comments on YouTube, so it's like, if I miss them, it's like, oh God, I feel so lazy. So I'd rather have it automatically like them. So yeah, little stuff like this is very interesting to me, because it's like, half the stuff I'm doing, it's like, oh, you won't see it happening on the screen, but it's happening. And I'm like, okay, I feel like an idiot. Almost forgot. Okay, enough AI talk, but it's pretty cool. I forgot to put my knee brace on. It's crazy, walking without it on just doesn't feel good anymore at all. Like, dramatically notice the difference between wearing it and not wearing it, because I wear it every day now. I'm putting that on real quick. One sec, guys. Sorry, if I didn't rant about all that stuff, I'd just be holding it all in, and, you know, you guys wouldn't really know what I'm thinking about. So, sorry. Oh, and for those of you who are like, damn, I can't believe that's only on Apple, they're making it for Windows, too. The whole world is going to be like, Claude. Like, everything I'm talking about, especially because it's Mac-centric right now, once they release it for Windows, everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, Claude. Yup, cool shit, huh? I use it for this. Like, I'm innocent and I'm nice and I'm chill and I'm using it for such minimal things that help me just a little bit. Like, I'm not firing somebody to do this. I'm not, you know, I'm not, like, I'm not fucking anybody over. The only person I'm fucking over is if I don't use it for me, I'm fucking myself over. Because I can't afford a management company, I can't afford an editor, etc. So, here we are. We're doing it. We have Claude. I mean, there's people out there that have already fired. I'm just going to say it. Like, there's people out there who have already fired people that work for them because of Claude. Like, I shit you not. There's people who have, like... you know, been hiring people to just, like, scroll and just click things, like, super simple shit, and they're like, damn. You know, like, I think Billy Boy is not... I don't think we need him anymore. I know we're just doing him a favor, but at this point, it's like... So what's good about it is going to fuck a lot of people over in the bigger businesses. I do see this. But it's also going to help businesses who have never been able to afford any employees push themselves into a new bracket of business world or some shit. So, see how that all works. My knee hurts with or without the brace. Oh, no. All right, well, wait, is it your right knee or your left knee? Because I've already said this. We can just, throw an arm around each other's shoulder and we use, I don't know. We'll just use one leg on one person, other leg on the other person. Auto response does lack the human touch. Yeah, that's why I think automated likes is better. Because it could create you a backlog. Like every time you open Claude, it could be like, give me a list of every link to every video that you saw a comment on that you liked, so I can go respond to it personally. So there's there's definitely, I mean, I didn't grow my other socials by just sitting around. You know what I mean? Like, I stopped using Instagram for like 7 years practically. 5 years, I don't remember, but like my Instagram was getting like thousands of likes per photo, per video, hundreds of comments per photo, per video. And this isn't like a brag or anything like that. This is just like, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Okay, so let me finish this thought. But welcome, Raiders. My name is Danny. We're about to explore Golden Gate Park here in San Francisco. We're parked at Ocean Beach. I mean, I'm not even going to finish the thought. I'm going to welcome you guys in. Welcome, 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 welcome. But yeah, so I didn't, when my Instagram was like huge, and when I was getting like paid sponsors every other day hitting me up because of my numbers, and when, this is not a brag, we're having a conversation about AI automation, API related automation, and things that can help streamers like auto editing and auto posting on multiple platforms, etc. There's like all this new technology that I've been finding use cases for, and I downloaded and tested, and I now have a virtual assistant. As long as I just like open up the computer, it'll sit there and click and move and post and open up every social media platform I have, and it'll post everything. It'll use hashtags per platform according to those platforms. It'll use the subtle differences, like it'll always double check, triple check everything. Like, is the visibility public? Are the people you want to tag in this tagged? Is the geolocation good? And so I found this system that can just help streamers and social media people. And one of the reasons I stopped using all my large platforms outside of Twitch was because it's just so much work, man. But it's beneficial to be posting on your platforms even if you're working a lot, and it's hard. So I found a system, long story short, it works. We've tested it out. I've tested it out. And if for some reason you guys ever need that kind of assistance, in a few weeks or so, it'll probably be available on Windows. It's only available on Apple computers and stuff right now. But you guys too can have this same exact help for $20 a month. And I don't get paid for it. It's not a company I'm affiliated with. But yeah, so if you guys ever need somebody to post for you, and you don't have time and you're busy, maybe you're a mom or dad, or maybe you work a lot, or both, and you're trying to stream too or whatever, and you want to post clips or things like that, it's very helpful. But yeah, Lone Ranger, the only reason that my Instagram was getting like thousands of likes and like hundreds of comments every time I posted, this is not a brag, I promise you, dude. Like, when I talk about this, like, let's say like 9 years ago, if I woke up at like 6 a.m. and I made a post at like 7 a.m. in the morning, around like 10 or 11 before noon, my post would always surpass 1,000 likes and just like 50, 60, 70 comments in the first 5 hours. And, but the only reason that I had that much activity is because I would spend like fucking 4.5 hours a day. If the Daisy dude's still here, he knows. He's probably seen me doing this. Where I'm like liking every single fucking comment that comes in and replying open, like replying open-endedly. So like every single comment that I would receive, I would never be like, oh, thank you so much, heart. I would always be like, thank you so much, and if you don't mind responding, like, I'm curious this, or where are you from, or where are you watching from, or whatever, because you don't want to close off a comment string. So like when you're liking all the comments and you're commenting, you're not like just brushing it off after that. You're expecting them to come back and have a second reply. So like I would have strings of comments from one comment. All of my comments were like that. So like I was spending so much fucking time on these platforms that people were expecting me to comment back. You know how some people be like, I reply to every comment. I'm like a very good example of how that really can benefit you in the long run if your whole fucking life is opening this platform and doing that. I wasn't streaming at the time, so I was able to invest like 4 or 5 extra hours into scrolling and liking and commenting, and then I'd do what the API automation through like Google and everything would do, where you pay a management company and it would go to profiles that are similar to yours, and it would like comments on the pictures and videos of the other accounts that are similar to yours. And there were like databases that would show me how many followers of mine also follow another person, and vice versa, just to see like which crowds overlap. And like, so there's all these things that social media content creators do on their own. And once I started streaming, I did not have any more time to invest that much into Instagram. Plus, Instagram's kind of falling off. Secondly, TikTok took over. I started putting all that effort into TikTok, and I went from 0 to 155,000 followers on TikTok in like less than a year. That also became overwhelming to keep up with, especially because it's such a younger app, in my opinion, as far as like the users. And so I have all these large platforms that like if you scroll back, you'd be like, holy shit, he's not kidding. And I never paid for boosts, I never paid for likes, I never paid for any of this shit. It was all proof of concept that I'm capable of doing this on my own and I don't need to pay some companies. So fast forward to today, I hardly use those platforms because I stream so much. I also can't afford to hire somebody. That's why I now have an AI assisted agent that can do computer use and full computer control. For now, I have to sit in front of the computer and monitor it, but I could just set up a laptop at my family's house in Michigan and just leave that running, and I could communicate with it through my phone and tell it to do all the same things like post, you know, all these different things. So yeah, that's kind of my what I was just ranting about, is that I found a system that only cost me $20 a month that will post on all my platforms. And it's not like a website you open up and it just does it for you. It's like you do have to set it all up and create prompts, and you have to give it access and permissions, and you know, there is a lot of learning on the user's end to make it work properly, but it's one of the most mundane, normal, non-confusing things you could ever do with this technology. So if you guys are in a similar position and you want to pay $20 extra a month to be able to post on all your platforms at once, you can even time them differently so it's not like so cluttered, or you can manage it however you want. But yeah, I'm just throwing it out there, man. I'm not going to be one of those gatekeepers who watches all my friends wish they could progress and know that there's tools available that you can use cheap as fuck. Instead of selling you some course or making you DM me or join my Discord, just go look up Claude, Claude. I don't need anything from you other than you to be ahead of the curve with me, because if we don't start doing shit like this, we're going to be so far behind. Like, there's already people making millions of dollars in 24 hours with this same system implemented with, like, 30 other systems stacked, like pro membership on Grok, pro premium membership ChatGPT, whatever membership Gemini. There's people that are like paying for all these and like stacking and sub-stacking all these systems, and they're like $1,000 systems, but they're now running $1 million companies. So I'm down here in the bucket. I'm just a little drop in the bucket, like trying to navigate my simple life, but the necessities of my simple life, where I feel like I would benefit if I continued to pursue actively posting every day, etc. So I figure we might as well jump on the bandwagon, and I literally did all this by myself. I thought about it all by myself, and I did not see one other person with all my deep scouring of the internet. I didn't see one other person do that. Like, I've only seen using it for programming, coding, Python, and I was like, okay, well, let's see what we can do with streamers and social media. So I haven't seen one person use this software for streaming. I would imagine the management companies that are managing streamers are already using it, but I don't know anybody personally. Not one fucking person yet who's using this. So I told April about it last night, and she was like, tell me everything. And I told her everything I knew. And she was like, I need to set this up like tonight. Hey, how are you?
You guys all right in here?
Excuse me?
Everything all right over here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm actually live streaming right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, it's right here.
Gotcha. What you live streaming for?
I travel and I
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, here, I'll flip it.
SFPD here.
We love SFPD here. Sometimes I get stickers from you guys because I have a friend who's a university cop. I try to get patches, but you guys never have them.
I don't have any patches. Or no,
See?
I don't think I have any stickers on me.
Yeah, I'm Danny, by the way.
What's up, Danny? We just got a call that someone thought there were some loud noises and bangs coming from inside the van.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nah,
All good, dude.
it's super chill.
Clearly,
A little messy, but
all right. You live out of this thing?
yeah.
Right on, where
Yeah.
you from?
I'm based out of San Diego.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
What's your name?
My name's Officer Mackey.
Mackie, nice.
Yep.
If I ever see you around, I'll make sure I say hi.
Sounds good, Danny.
And I'm streaming a lot, so I don't know. Sometimes I end up
YouTube or what do you
talking-
do?
Yeah, I do YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes they're huge streams, depending on the event.
Yeah.
But sometimes they're like 20, 30 people.
Okay. How long are you gonna be around San Francisco?
Probably be out after the rain, honestly, the next
All
few
right.
days, yeah. I gotta get back down to San Diego and sweat.
All right. Well, enjoy yourself, man.
Yeah, thank
Have
you.
a nice day. All right.
Yeah, I actually didn't hear any noises and stuff, so I'm curious if... And I've been here for like the last few days, come
Okay.
here in the day. But I didn't hear really much. I did see a couple other rigs.
I'll take a few videos when you
Yeah, if I ever see or hear anything, you guys
All right,
know. You're the
appreciate
first
you,
one I
man.
call. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Have a beautiful day. Oh no, they were checking on like loud sounds that might have been coming from inside the van, which I did see a lot of activity down the way, like an RV down there, and I did see somebody getting in and out of the RV, looking a little sussy. I wouldn't be surprised if they're talking about them. You thought somebody swatted me? No. I like to meet all the cops and stuff wherever I'm at because they're my first, like, I mean, shit. There's a lot of sketchy people out there, and I'm out here trying to do live streams, so I don't want them to... I'd rather them know who I am and I know who they are by name, because in the future I might need to call them and they'll be like, oh yeah, it's that guy. Cop for being chill. Yeah, San Francisco police are very straightforward. I mean, like, if you've got stuff to hide, then maybe you might want to you not interact with them or something. But I literally just opened my side door and was like, you want to look inside? He didn't even ask. That's the beauty of living this way. I've tried to explain this to people before. Like, they're like, cops don't harass you? Not in California. I mean, like, you really have to give them a reason. Like, I would have been I'm surprised he didn't say anything about my windshield. I'm glad, because I need to fix it. But yeah, it's pretty easy to forget that cops in Cali are chill and they've seen it all already, so they don't need to micromanage everybody's business. They really just check on you and be like, let's see. Now, if I was in Michigan and a cop came up, said that to me, I think that I would have thought it was fake. I would have been like, yeah, nobody reported that. But in California, maybe. And to be completely honest, I guess the fact that he's not checking the other RV and he didn't stop at any other vans, I think that, you know, if he doesn't stop at the other RVs and check on them, then I feel like maybe it was very targeted towards me. Drugs are bad, okay. Yeah, San Francisco, you know, some states will really bother you for having a broken windshield. They give you a thing called a fix-it ticket. I've had to fight those before by like proving that I fixed something so they don't charge me. Ugh. Well, at least I met one police officer. Seems nice. We always meet them downtown, and I never remember their names or anything. Because Mushroom Sauce, we went on a mission trying to get... even he said he doesn't have them. They have these patches, and they're like cloth patches, and you can like sew them onto your clothing and stuff. And they never carry them. They just always have the stickers. Is he checking on the other van? He drove over by them and just drove back towards me, and he did not go or approach anybody over there. But then again, I was standing at the van and there's nobody standing at those ones. You know, I mean, I respect it. I don't care. Like I said, I got nothing to hide. You guys remember that one time when there was this guy like screaming at this girl, and they were like in a van, and they were like, he was like throwing stuff out the van and like screaming at her, and it was like very alarming. And I saw the cops, and I was like, bro, can you guys go check on that van over there? Like, it seems kind of bad. See, like, you know, I don't see anything wrong with, if somebody did call, I don't see anything wrong with that, because, you know, you never know if it's something like me or it's something like what I had experienced in the past. Honestly, yeah, he probably would have laughed at the farts, but yeah. Damn it, I should have been like, no, wait. I should have been like, wait. Like, ask you guys to do like sirens and farts and like, boom, 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 open up. FBI, open up. Well, I'm not gonna lie, my van doesn't look like shit today. I spent like $20 and like 30 minutes power scrubbing this thing at a self car wash. And the self car wash had like brand new brushes and stuff. So at least I didn't look super bummy and dirty. And I just showered and shaved. Trying to make sure I look like I don't look like ass. I don't know. Parazak, thank you so much for the lurk. Yeah, he drove past the other RVs and vans, but he never actually stopped at them and like got out or anything. It's funny because when I opened the back door, I was like, wait, I don't know what's sitting out. I didn't even like think about it. I just wanted to prove to him real quick that there's nobody else with me, because he was like, you guys good? And I'm like, you guys? I'm streaming. I'm like talking to myself. I'm good. How are you, Ian? It's so early too. I'm just like, damn, I'm not ready to talk to police, but you know, whatever. I could have promoted myself better. I should have been like, potential bliss. Thousands of miles I walk every year and drive. Thousands, tens of thousands of miles. Good morning, Aunt Dada. How are you? Hey, Natty. Good morning. Feeling better? I mean, kind of. I wonder if he runs my plates if it says Santa Monica. It's funny because I just spend so much more time in San Diego lately. Those cops don't care what you have to say. They just want to check out the situation. Yeah, for sure. That's their job. He did say hi to the stream, though. That was nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a little better. Physically a little better. Thank you for asking. But I'm just here to enjoy the dewy day. A little bit of fresh air from the rain. So if I stay here longer than a couple days, because I was like, I'm probably leaving after the rain. I was thinking about that, going south. But that's the thing, is like, dude, gas is uncomfortably expensive right now. Like, I have to put up a goal. Honestly, I should change my goal. That's up there now. I should just put up one for trip to San Diego. Road trip to San Diego. I'm kind of glad it's not a small town, because I've had like I don't know, sometimes you get tickets for sleeping in your vehicle, and I feel like if you're not a nuisance and if you're not a bad person, if you have nothing to hide, if you're genuinely just enjoying your life, you're not making a mess, you're a good person, good to people around you, support local businesses when you can. I think that just sleeping out of a vehicle doesn't make you a bad person. So like, you shouldn't be ticketed for it. You shouldn't be charged money for it. Personally. That's my opinion on that. It looks beautiful this morning. Oh, I should have told the cop about that we did the whole PCH to get here. Damn it. He didn't ask me my channel name. Fake fan. I'm just kidding. Oh, please don't hit me. Oh, God. That scared me. It started going chick, 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 chick. Luckily, it was going the other direction. Yeah, you just missed the cop. You were like here and then left and then just came back right after. He just walked up and was like, we got a call that there's some loud noises coming from the inside of the vehicle or something. And I was like, huh, well, he's like, are you guys good? And I was like, excuse me? And he's like, are you guys okay? And I was like, I'm alone, but I'm live streaming. So like, that's why I'm like talking to my chair. Like you see me like talking to an empty chair. And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, you stream like YouTube? And I was like, yeah. And I opened up my sliding door and was like, yeah, I don't know. I live out of this thing. This is what it looks like in the back. Just to like just show him real quick so he didn't think anything else. Like, the birds sound lovely today. I feel like I want to start some kind of sort of like city history. How do I say this? Like something where I like calculate like every different city I've been to. Like how many cities in California have we live streamed at? How many beach towns, etc. Because when he's like, what do you do? It's like, oh, if I could have been like, oh, well, for example, I walked 3,200 miles on stream through all these different cities and beach towns. And, you know, I did all this stuff and we support local business and we read up on the history everywhere we go and like all this stuff. I feel like I need to be able to elevator pitch my content on the, like at the snap of a finger better. I know he's a cop and he wasn't going to be like, what's your channel? But I felt like the way I described what I do, I was only given such a short amount of time. It was like an elevator pitch. He's like, what do you do on there? It's like, oh shit, I have about 3 seconds to respond before he's like, oh yeah, okay, we'll carry on. Laura, no. How have you been? It's so good to see you. Sith 3. Good morning, Jamessa. How you doing? I remember one time I was at this place called Mount Shasta in Northern California. And I pulled up to the headwaters where you can collect spring water, but it was really late at night. Like nobody else was there. But I just wanted to get some clean water. And a cop pulled up. Oh my God, my speaker's so loud. Good morning, Dala.
For 9 months.
How you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the freaking 9 months, man. Thank you. Getting over a cold always good with me. I'm good. I'm glad you're getting over your cold. Yeah, I wasn't feeling the greatest a couple days ago, sort of feeling a little better every day. I'm glad you're getting over it. Tala, what you up to, dude? Oh, wait, let me check something. Let me check something. The birds sound so nice. There we go. Oh, really? Nice. Safe travels. Whew. All right. I wonder if they checked on my van because I've been parking there like every single day for like 10 days. He probably drives by it every night when he's like rolling through the parking lot to clear out all the kids that come there to party on the beach. He's probably like, this van is always here. And then he probably saw me at the van and was like, let me do a little courtesy check. Either that or he really did get some kind of police call that was not in relation to me, but looked like it could be because I have a van or some shit. He said that they heard some loud noises, like really loud noises. Somebody reported loud noises coming from inside of the van. And I was just standing there streaming, waking up. So it's pretty much the opposite of luckily, like I said, I don't have anything to hide, man. My whole fucking life is on the internet, you know? Like, he could literally look up my license plate number, type my name in on YouTube, and my name would take you straight to my channel, to Potential Bliss, you know? So, like, I really have nothing to hide. In fact, have fun watching my whole life if you ever want to get bored and watch every video I've ever done. That's more realistic. This guy's been talking to himself for an hour and laughing like he looks crazy, like a crazy person. Yeah, that's me. I'm just streaming. The way you're looking at me, just think, this is how every girl looks at me too, by the way, officer. Forever single. Streamer life. Nobody sees anybody as strapped up with fucking cables and chest mounts and cameras and backpack and looks at them like, oh man, that's my future man right there. They're usually like, God, what the hell is this guy doing? I know this for a fact because I walk around not streaming too. And people like treat me super differently. They look at me differently and interact with me differently, which I enjoy. That's why I need to have interactions with people and, you know, employees and have like normal off-stream interactions every day. Like when I do my subathon, I cherish like going to the gym and just interacting with people like in a normal way before stream every day. True. I guess it's kind of a flex if you're like, oh yeah, I'm partnered on a platform that the main headquarters is based here in San Francisco. It's called Twitch. And they're like, oh, nice. Man, I saw diesel fuel for $7.80 last night. Can we stop? Can we stop with the whole, like, you know, the political warfare, which directly impacts the fuel prices. Can we chill on that for like a month or something? Just push those prices back down to $6, please. I remember when diesel was like less than $2. I wasn't buying it, but I remember gas would be like, regular fuel would be like $1.99 a gallon, and then diesel would be like $1. Crazy. $0.85, damn. And diesel was probably like 60 cents or 55 cents back then. It'd be crazy to get 2 gallons of diesel for $1 when it's like $7.80 in some places right now. It'd be like $18 to fill the whole 26.5 gallon tank. I know. It'd be less. It'd be like 13. That bass sounds like shit from the outside. Gush, 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 gush. Yeah, you need a certain type of engine system to run that. You need like a swap out system where they like, where you like pour it into the, there's like a tank in your trunk and you like pour the vegetable used oils from businesses into there. At least the ones I've seen. Are you gonna meet with Roy before I leave? Yeah, probably. I'm not really thinking about when I'm leaving too much. Because there's actually another heat wave coming to California, and it'll be like in the 70s again this weekend here in San Francisco, which is kind of perfect weather. Which means it'll probably be in like the 80s down south, maybe even the 90s in some areas. It might be better just to stay here a little longer. A 10-pack of smokes cost 50 pence. Oh my gosh. Now it's $7.50. It's crazy. So you already know. I just know some can do it. Yeah, it's like this. I actually used to know somebody who had one. I'm pretty sure it was either a BMW or a Mercedes convert, but it was the diesel. Yeah, but like every single day that it rains, we're getting less than 0.1 of an inch. Or like less than... We're not even going to get like a quarter of... We're not even going to get 0.2 of an inch over the next few days. So like the rain today was between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m., like a sprinkle. That was all the rain we're getting today. And it's going to be like that every day. So it's not even like real rain. Baby rain. Yeah, exactly. San Francisco, if you look at the weather reports, you really have to understand it more. Like you just have to know the area and the weather a little bit to use their predictions and take what you want from it. Because if it says that it's going to be cloudy all day, sometimes it'll just be partly cloudy. Like sometimes you'll get these huge blue patches in between the clouds, and you look at the app and it just says only clouds, and it's like, for IRL streaming, if you're like, oh, well, maybe today won't be so good for this because we're going to be on a ferry through the bay and it's going to be all cloudy, which is still cool in its own right. If you live here or been here, that's just life. Some days you live in the fog. Some days you plan a trip and it's foggy that day. You don't get to get the same views, but you get cool views because they're foggy. But that's something I learned being here. It's like, don't believe the weather, just make the day the best you can. Unless it's going to rain for like 10 days in a row, like inches and inches of rain, then maybe believe that. But as far as the cloudiness goes, I've noticed that in say, like Los Angeles, if it says it's going to be cloudy all day, it usually is. But when it says it's going to be cloudy all day here, there's usually some partly cloudy points that really remedy the lack of sun that you think you're going to have all day. So it's nice. Hey, Vipul, welcome in from India. What's up, bro? Welcome, welcome. Chara checking in, baby. Somebody in the YouTube chat. Somebody in the YouTube chat was like, this guy likes to fucking talk, bro. Did you guys drop a follow on OnFacts? Hold on. Let me check their page. Last live today, beginning of my F1 career. Oh, shit. That's exciting. Damn, no about me yet. Punditus. OnFacts, Ria recommended you. Thank you again, Ria. I appreciate that. Did we get a shout out? Sorry, so much happened. Not too shortly after that, did that cop walk up to me and start asking me questions. just revving his car engine over and over while driving through the Golden Gate Park is wild behavior. We did. Okay, thank you, Lake Bug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They didn't chat at all. I hope they had a good stream. They just said that it was recommended by Rhea. Thank you, Rhea. How did you find that streamer? How do you know them? Dude, I can't wait to do the subathon in September. It would have been funny if the cop came up yesterday and asked me what I was up to because I was sitting on my laptop doing my taxes. I'd have been like, come into my office. I'm doing my taxes. They sure don't like streamers and Bellinas. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm guessing it's Sweaty went to Bellinas, or with maybe Sweaty and Tiki Taka Tony went. That's the thing about group streams and stuff is like, and it feels so overbearing on the businesses and the places you visit if there's like a ton of people carrying cameras and stuff. And like chatting and having like TTS on and all that kind of shit. That's funny. And people wonder, why don't you go to this place or that place? It's like, I don't know. Sometimes I hear things like that later on and I'm like, well, there's a reason. Hi, Cammy. How are you? Oh, the Starlink on his back. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I think like my like, I think I like to be like blend in a little bit, even though I don't really blend in, you know? Like I think the other hat I want to get is going to be like another single color hat, maybe like gray or black. I don't like to be pure flashy. I like to be like neutral because I'm already doing something that's sort of invasive to some people. So I like to, it's okay if somebody double takes me, but if they're triple, quadruple taking me because of what I'm wearing and maybe my colors are loud or designs are fun, but also just sort of attract more attention. I feel like with what I do for a living, it's probably better that I blend in more because people are a little sensitive to these things in public sometimes as far as like streaming, and will continue to become more and more sensitive. In fact, this year at TwitchCon, they have like this new system where you have to have like a special pass to IRL stream there or some shit. Or and you can also wear a pass that indicates that you'd prefer not to be filmed. So like there's and this is TwitchCon, bro. Like, I get it. You don't want a million people streaming around you, and it's like, but it's Twitch, and IRL is one of the major categories on Twitch, and if you think that there should be no IRL streaming at TwitchCon, you are crazy and should not even go to TwitchCon. It's literally like the forefront of streaming right now is IRL. Like, look at Speed traveling the whole world on Twitch and YouTube. IRL is like the biggest thing we've got going on, and it's still niche, but like, to not have live IRL coverage of TwitchCon for your community to be there with you and experience it with you, since we have this content category and we have the technology to make it work, to the amount of pushback against that, I understand. Like, you want some type of sanctuary while you're in public, and some people don't want to expose their identities, and some of them are VTubers. Like, I understand all of the nuances of, you know, being like, fuck, why are they all streaming? Like, why don't they leave us alone? But there's people who walk around and interview people constantly and try to get reactions, and then there's people who like linger next to groups for a while and maybe makes them feel uncomfortable because they're streaming. And I think that you're always supposed to be aware of those things. But there's such a lack of awareness in some streamers, and there's a lack of trust in other streamers for the streamers who are doing IRL, that now there's like more stricter rules this year. And it'll continue to tighten up more. Like, I imagine there'll be like, oh, well, you have to apply for a press pass to do coverage or something. Streaming? Disgusting. The only like local streamers in Venice, if they don't know people, they'll chase you out. True. I've had a lot of people in Venice be like, I know who you are. And I'm like, oh, what? But like very low key. Just like, we see you around a lot doing this. Like, it's not, you're not doing any harm kind of thing. Yeah, I've seen the whole town of Venice chase and beat people up. It's not funny, but it's funny. You know, the IRS can take all my fucking money, but they can't take away the fact that I can appreciate nature and the things that don't cost me anything. They can never take that shit away from me. Little do they know, they're going to try to take all of my fucking money, but, you know, I'm also one of those people who realizes that once you finally have nothing, you realize you can appreciate everything, you know? And having everything having all the money in the world doesn't mean you are happy. What's that saying? Usually people realize that everything means nothing until you've lost everything, until you have nothing and you realize everything has always been around you, the things that you can appreciate for free. Something like that. Virtual influencer promoters, yeah. Good luck with your chores. Yeah, money is necessary to cover basic needs. Money, it's like masking pain with ibuprofen. You know? It's a remedy. It works for a sec. You buy food, you eat it, you need to buy more food. You buy clothes, your clothes fall apart, you need to buy more clothes. It's all just temporary relief with necessities that are materialistic and don't last forever, or the quantity requires repurchasing. Tiger Woods rolled his car? Damn, I hope he's okay. The birds are like, hell yeah. Where is this? This is called Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. Yeah, the natural furniture is so nice. That is one of those cases where it's like, is he walking the dog or is the dog walking him? Exactly. The dog's not even that big either. No. Oh my god, there's like, it's spraying the ground right behind me, following me. Take the gram, put the chocolate on the gram, you take the mallow, torch it, put it on the chocolate, the other graham cracker on top, boom, s'mores. Oh no, I need to refresh my YouTube chat. What happened? Got disconnected. There we go. Hey, Julian, good morning. How are you? Pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Ooh, wop, wop, wop. Oh, okay. Moon Butter 30 Stream Streak, let's go. So is this thing gonna stop spraying in the same direction? I think this one's stuck. It's not rotating. Yeah, this one doesn't move. We're fucked. I'm just gonna have to take this side back. There we go. Yeah, that one's stuck. Time to run through, yeah, with all my equipment. Dude, there's gonna be so many blackberries over here because of the watering system. They're already flowering. There'll be blackberries here in a couple weeks. Hi. Hi. Whoa, I wanna go. Where's all you going? My advice. You know all the rules by now and the fire from the ice. You come with me. Yeah, sometimes you need to clean it. Because it's like the water pressure is what turns it, right? I declare, see the light. Oops. What? Wait, what? How did that happen? I like fast forwarded the song. Spotify is just tripping right now. There we go. When I used to do landscaping, part of my job was fixing broken sprinkler heads because we would break them. We'd ride over them or something. Weed whip it. You never know. Even just run it over with the riding mower, like the tire. Dipsy, hi. We're in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. I'm doing a little better, thanks. How are you feeling? Here's the fly fishermen's training ponds. You come here and practice fly fishing. Wow, there's not one person here practicing. Interesting. Maybe because they're just filling it back in. Yeah, usually there's people like casting. Oh my God, 3 months, wow. A quarter of a year. A 3-month-old sprout. Yeah, I guess nobody's fishing in it because it looks like they're currently refilling it. Usually they're much more full. So what are these for? Is this to measure the height? So when the water floats this up, it tells them when to stop? Oh yeah, because it's styrofoam. Probably. Maybe. Hey Debbie, how are you? Thank you so much again for that huge raid on your birthday the other day. Happy belated. They're on the water with tight lines. Wait, why my service just start? Give me.
Behind the fence, boys.
Accept it.
One with the flags.
No dogs today. Went to the Botanical Gardens. Oh my God, I just walked straight into that sign. Thank God I had some bit of peripheral. I love this place though. We're crossing the bridge to Balboa Park. To the yummy smelling plant. What plant is this, you guys? Service is bitter. Oh, it smells like... Why don't I know this plant? Is this like calendula or something like that? And the leaves, if you touch them and then smell, oof, it smells good. What is it though? Poison oak. I know poison oak when I see it. I'll show you guys poison oak if I see it. Don't worry about that. I hate the clip where you're walking into the pole. It's my whole life changed. Watch out. knocked a few screws loose that day. I need to post that one. I need to post that on all platforms. You know what I noticed about streamers, IRL streamers, when they post in like third person. You ever notice that? Like you'll see like a clip of an IRL streamer and it'll be like from their channel. Clearly they posted it. And it'll be like streamer walks straight into pole while live streaming. Like, you know, like instead of being like, I walked into a pole, you know? Have you guys noticed this phenomenon of the third person representation where you're representing yourself? Hi there. Well, you are a beast. Hell yeah. Look at you. Beautiful. What you eating? Hay? You are very beautiful. It's crazy. Somebody takes really good care of you. And you? Shy. Like, no. Maybe he ate all the good stuff. He's going to check the other bins. He's like, it's time for me to jack everyone's food. Oh yeah, these are police horses, aren't they? In honor of Sergeant Edward Cantwell. Donated by the San Francisco SPCA. The SFP. I was watching a science outreach stream yesterday. It was talking about how difficult it is to draw horses. Yeah, I can imagine. They're so muscular and there's so much detail in their appendages and the body shape and size and the head and the neck and the mane and the... I'm sure. Looks like they permanently boarded all these up. Yeah, this park is amazing. Honestly, I just been choosing every random trail I feel like choosing. And if you do that every day here, you'll end up in a new place every time. Just for days on end. Excuse me. Need some water. Drawing anything really well is tough, by the way. Doesn't just happen overnight, that's for sure. I mean, there's people who sell paintings for tens of thousands of dollars and they're still working on their shit, you know? They're like, yeah, I'm not really good at hands yet. I'm like, what? Look at all these paintings. You got hands in all these paintings. You sold these. And they're like, yeah, but I'm truly, definitely not great at drawing hands yet. And I'm like, damn, it's a never-ending process. For those of you guys who don't know, that I spent a lot of time working in the high-end art industry. I was an executive art operations manager and PA, personal assistant, and I would deliver art. I would package art like in crates. So like imagine a giant wooden box on wheels. And you gotta like take all these screws out and open up this giant crate made out of wood. You have to fit the inside of it with other 2x4s and other things to, when you put the art in there, you need it to be very, very, very safe and protected. And you have to like pre-wrap the art, and then you have to prepare the inside of the crate. And then you have to pack the crates, and then either you have people come that will pick them up and do deliveries or whatever for you, or I had to put them in my van and deliver them, or we'd do like art events, and some of the art pieces are so valuable that, you know, like 10 of them are in those crates. And the rest of them I can just kind of put blankets over and like stack up sideways in my van, and then like wrap like a bungee cord with a blanket between the bungee cord and the blanketed like triple, quadruple blankets on certain parts, just so I can strap it in and not damage anything. And so I worked in the art industry for a long time. And I actually knew the artist before she ever painted. And she's already selling things that are like $65,000, $75,000 pieces of art. And she's a painter. So I knew her before she ever painted. And then I started working for her when she started kind of becoming a successful painter. Doing big events, making sales, tons of art galleries, personally invited to some of the biggest events in the world, like literally inviting her to all these things. And she's just a longtime best friend, so it was really fun. But yeah, I've seen a lot of artists now and worked with a lot and helped other artists, professional artists at galleries that are also setting up their art because of her. I've had events where I show up and the person I work for is one of 16 artists that are going to be in a multi-artist gallery at like a big art convention in LA. And then I had to set up like all 16 people's art, meaning like there's all these walls and different like mazes of walls everywhere. And it's like, this is our dedicated space we paid for. Now we need to make 16 people's art make sense all in this area. And so like we all kind of look and plan and think and say, okay, well, these pieces make sense together here. And then this wall, I think a good contrast or even a good mix is like, let's just switch up with this tall, long one here. And on the other side of this wall is going to be so-and-so's paintings. And then we're going to build pedestals. We have to go to the store. We're going to put art on pedestals. We're going to, like, we'd have to come up with all these things on the fly. It is such an interesting industry when you start actually mingling with the people who are like moving real quick, like people who are always doing galleries. Like some people call themselves artists, but really they're just a gallery owner, or like they rent galleries all around the world and they know all these artists and they always host galleries. And you'll be like, wow, where's your art? And they're like, oh, my art is putting all these artists together. And then when you start meeting those people, they're like, oh, will you do this? Will you do that? And they have all these opportunities for people to work and help out and make money and be a part of cool events. And I think that's how I got to hang out with John Fogerty of Creedence Clearwater. And we got to gift the Whalers a painting that she did of Bob Marley, gifted like 8 band members the art of Bob. And like when we work events that were like high scale events, there'd be like these VIP areas and all the trailers for the big artists. Like imagine Gwen Stefani and Rufus Du Sol and all these other random artists, like big artists. And they have like these trailers for hanging out, changing clothes, resting, being with their family, being with the band. And they have all these trailers. And like one time, one of the jobs was for me to take all these different versions of her art products and outfit every single trailer, filling it with her art. And then the people that are in there can keep the art afterwards if they so choose to, for free. And then after the event, some of the artists left like memorabilia, like the Head and the Heart or something. I forget. There was this really sick band that I like, and they left a drum head signed by all the people in the band, but they took all the art. And then I showed Victoria, my friend who I work for, and she was like, "Oh, you can keep that." I was like, "Oh, that's cool." I think I actually gave it to somebody for a gift or something. But so there's all these weird things that happen within the art industry. I remember going into Gwen Stefani's and she took every piece of art. She's like the only person that took every single thing that I put in there. Because I put like coasters, I put a tray, like a tray that you can put food or drinks or whatever on, but the art is like inlaid into it. I put like framed art on the walls and some other random knickknacks or whatever, but so it's very interesting. Like sometimes we set up a whole area that's like for people who pay for VIP at an event, so that the VIP area is filled with art, and then she would also be live painting in those areas. So then people that paid like $1,000 for VIP at an event, they walk into the VIP area and they're like, "Damn, look at this, free drinks, free apparel. I can meet the artist over here at 3 p.m. Look, there's art of all the people who are performing at this event. There's like a piece of John Fogerty and Creedence Clearwater's playing on the stage in a few hours. There's a huge portrait of Gwen Stefani. She's playing the other stage tonight, closing the concert out, headlining. And there's just like all these formats in which art makes events better. You got to kind of go big with it. And or I would just be driving to people's houses with one piece of art in my van and like going into like a multi-million-dollar home and hanging it in. Like I'm the only non-professional construction worker who has ever plunged holes in your walls. It's nerve-wracking a little bit when you walk into like a multi-million-dollar beachfront mansion and they're like, "Oh yeah, I just want it right here." And then they walk away and you're like, "Oh," like you should just have full confidence, but there's something about a house that's built that way that it's like a little more intimidating when you drill holes in the wall and gotta like lay down plastic and like masking tape it to the walls so that even when you drill a hole in the wall, that any like little sawdust or flakes of wood that come out of the drill while you're drilling it fall nicely onto a plastic sheet. Like you don't have to sweep or anything. You gotta be like hyper good and clean and quick and efficient. I remember one time I went, there's this like one house that I hung a piece of art on and it just wouldn't sit flush with the wall. Like no matter what I did, and I didn't bring enough stuff to just makeshift a new way to make it flush. And I was so frustrated. I was like sweating bullets, like, oh, like if I just go to Home Depot and I buy this and this and this, like I've never had this happen before, ever. Somebody else put the brackets on it, like meaning there's like these giant things, they're like these long pieces of metal, and you put one on the piece of art and then you put one on the wall and then you can hang it. It's just like catches these long pieces of metal. And some art pieces are so big that you have to have like 3 of them this long, like one in the left, one in the middle, one on the right. And then you have to have this huge wall space to put the other half of those hinges of those things. And they hold a lot of weight. Holy shit. Like they'll hold like 80 pounds easy. So it can be like a huge painting with a huge frame and all that shit. And it's very important that when you put those things and you drill them into the back of the frame of an original painting with the original canvas, not a copy, it's super important that you drill that shit in perfectly. And I wasn't the person who freaking put that frame together. So I showed up there and I immediately started sweating. I was like, no. It was like the one time I didn't put the fucking things on myself. And I didn't have extras, and I would have needed to do some other MacGyver stuff to really make it look like somebody didn't fuck it up to begin with. And I left there with it not hanging perfectly, and part of my soul kind of died for a little bit. Because they were like, oh, well, we gotta go. So it's fine, you can just leave it the way it is. And I was like, oh, my OCD hates this. This is not good. But I remember talking to Victoria about it and being like, yeah, so you just need to do this. And she was like, oh, well, I gotta go visit them anyway, so I'll fix it. I was like, oh, thank God. Yeah, come to think of it, it is also one of those jobs where you fall asleep thinking about your responsibilities and wake up thinking about them. And that almost any moment you get a time to rest, it's a hustle business. Anytime you get a moment to rest, your phone fucking rings. Like, it's one of those jobs. And the people on the other end are always really nice, and they treat you good and pay you good. But you're almost always on call. There's always something that needs assistance. It's like, either you do this or I'm gonna call an Uber driver and just tell them it's a delivery now, it's not a person. Like, there's all types of different ways we'd have to move stuff around the city, around LA, to get it to different companies or businesses that we work with, or galleries or whatever. I was always on call. And I did a lot of this stuff on stream too, because I was given explicit approval to stream all of my work as much as I want to. So, those of you who've been here for a couple years, a lot of my IRL was like driving around the city with art in my van and hanging out in the art studio and working with Victoria and taking care of the dogs. She has 2 French bulldogs. So a lot of people in here who are listening to me, they're just reminiscing with me. Because a lot of the people in here know Victoria, the artist, very well. Even Mike in the chat bought a piece of art from her, the Salvador Dali one. But yeah, that's actually what I was doing to save money to buy the van that we live and stream and travel out of. So the only reason I was able to afford that van is because of art and the good people in the industry and my friend. The business world is tricky though. The last point is that she was a very successful lawyer. She worked for one of the top 3 law firms in the entire world. Not United States, but the world. She worked for one of the top law firms in the whole world. And she put herself in mega debt to get there. And then, like, right when she got out of mega debt, she got really sick. She bought her dream home. The house ended up being filled with mold. Come to find out that her brain and her nervous system are more sensitive to mold than some people, and it has led her to have a permanent injury because of it. And she's just working her hardest to stay healthy and stay on top of it, because it still affects her, even though she moved away from that many years ago. And she still has to see doctors about it and still gets sick, and her immune system's still compromised and all this stuff. So she had to leave her dream home in Louisiana where she lived, and she moved to Los Angeles and got a place a couple blocks from the beach in Santa Monica. And then we met. I was doing a dog walking job and she was walking her dog, and we walked past each other like every day for like a week and said hi. And then one day both the dogs were saying hi to each other. And then she was like, look at this building right here, the one we're standing in front of. She's like, I live here. She's like, I'm literally about to go up. If you want to come up, like, you know, we've seen each other a million times. And I was living like 4 buildings down on the same street. And she was like, I won't murder you. And I was like, all right, I'll come up. I mean, as long as you confirm that you're not going to murder me, I'm good. So I went up. And then by the end of that meeting, like us hanging out at her place, she had already like booked me for like 6 days of taking care of her dog. She was like, clearly you seem pretty chill, and I'm actually leaving town and I need to hire somebody to watch my dog. Like, can you do that? And that's how we became friends. And then she wasn't doing any art. She was just going to the beach, you know, exercising, trying to stay healthy, taking her dog out. Leroy, rest in peace. And then I remember going into her place one day, and she was like doing just like a little tiny piece of art. She was like, yeah, I'm gonna start doing art. This is nice, like I like this. And then I remember, like, fast forward like maybe a month, she's got like huge canvases on her walls, like taped, like not framed, just like unrolled canvas paper taped to her wall, and she has like perfect lines drawn across it. And she's like learning how to like structure her painting, and like how to use these lines, and then how to do portraits, and like how to do shadows. And so she started practicing, you know, what I'd call just kind of like art school for herself. And then fast forward 5 or so years later, she's selling art to high profile clients and celebrities, and she's got like the Grammy Awards hit her up like, hey, can you create a care package for every single nominee? Like, she has to make like X amount, like hundreds of care packages that are one of the gifts for anybody who's nominated, whether they win or not. And like, she's like painting grand pianos and then like selling them for like $65,000. And then those same pianos are being like backflipped off stage by Benson Boone and shit like that. Like, it's just crazy. You think she was like a plant or something, but she definitely not. Yeah, you can see her art. I think it's just artist in the chat. Yeah, there we go. She has a website too, Victoria White Creates. But yeah, I would imagine that having a clientele of friends that might have been lawyers or associated in that type of world also helps her set a price point that's higher than most artists when they first start out. But when you sell your first few paintings for like $3,000 to $5,000, like your first legit paintings that are large scale, high quality, if like for some reason somebody's like, hell yeah, dude, that's worth money. I know art. This is amazing. This is an early Victoria White. I'll pay X amount for it. Like, I believe in your success and your future and your vision and your passion. And then so because of that, and their large scale, it immediately set her price point in the beginning to being nearing the 10,000s for just a decent painting. So it's hard for artists in any type of field, whether it's painting or music or whatever, to really like, or crafting, to value themselves. It's hard. You have to like pick a price point that feels fair and reasonable to who you think your demographic of customers are. And then you just have to work with it, and hopefully it goes up over time. But then some people's demographic is art collectors who spend a lot of money and put it in a nice house and stuff. Hell yeah, KS. You can too, for sure. What's I would love to live in San Francisco, ranting. I lived here before. Clickbait title syndrome? What are you talking about? Aim high, so rich. Spectrum, you're just spamming the chat with random shit. Like, are you having any form of any type of? Does it make sense what you're talking about? No, I was going back trying to see everything that you said. Oh, you did say lovely flowers, yes, Bart, Danny's a human beatbox. You can block off the spectrum if you want, but I don't know why you would. If you want to block them, you got to figure out how to do it yourself. The green waterfall. Just try not to give my troll status away. I don't troll your chats. No worries. No, no worries. No. I looked through everything. I thought maybe you said something unsavory or something, but you didn't. No worries. I appreciate you being here. Don't worry at all. yeah, I used to have a bunch of discs. It's nice over here. So they just turn a valve and this thing stops flowing every night or something? I think that's crazy. What the fuck? It's like the only place where you can get this close to this much water sound. Water ASMR. It's a nice little spot. That water's loud, huh? Whoa. You know what I should have said to the cop today? Because if you guys don't know, a cop came up to me and was like, we're just checking on a call we got about loud noises coming from a van. Just making sure you're okay. You guys good? And I was like, I'm alone, but I'm streaming. And he was like, hello, stream. And then I was like, yeah, I live out of this thing and traveling. Be here a little longer. And he was like, all right, have a good day. What I should have said is, you have not seen me before? You've not seen my weird ass walking around all strapped up with cameras? Because I've streamed... Bruh. I mean, I've streamed like 1,000 hours in San Francisco, maybe. Lots. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait till Hardly Strictly Bluegrass fills this whole section of the park up with stages and food vendors and people. Yo, Glennis with the Roost on my tier 1. Let's go.
Princess Glynis subscribed to your channel for 11 months.
I'm good, Mikey. Thank you. How are you? Thank you so much, Glynis, for 11 months. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Thank you so much. We're almost at 1 full year. Let's go. Work stressing you out? Oh man. Well, at least you can hang out here if you want. I got your back. We can chill. Always room for you here, Mikey. Got my car door fixed. Nice. But that feels good. I don't know if you guys remember, I was parked in front of Tiki Taco Tony's house a long time ago. And I tried to open the door to my van and I ripped the door handle off. I was like, oops. I don't know my own strength. Come see all the band. Driving to car park, hit side my door. Oh fuck. Sheesh. It happens. One time I spent a bunch of money to get my ball joints fixed on this old shitty car that I had when I was a teenager. And then it snowed. And then I got my car back and we just got like 1.5 feet of snow. And right next to the mechanic was my friend. It was literally like 1/2 mile down the street, the mechanic's house. And he had a yard where he did all this work on vehicles. He was like the local mechanic, but it's like at a house, right? And not a business. It was an at-home business. But I gave it to him and he fixed all this shit and it was so good. And then I went to the grocery store, which is like right next to his place. So I'm still like 1/2 mile away from home. And I go to the grocery store, probably for some shit I really didn't even need because I was just like a teenager. And then since the whole fucking parking lot was covered in 1.5 feet of fresh snow, I ended up driving over a bunch of parking blocks. And I literally like blew everything out. Like I had to take it back and get everything fixed again. Because I like smashed into parking blocks with the wheels. And it like busted my ball joints and all this different shit. Like just immediately destroyed all the brand new parts somehow. And I just paid him and got it from him and fixed it. And I was driving home and I stopped at the grocery store. Like I said, I could walk this distance in 5 minutes. And I was like, oh my God, this is life, you know? Like using my money from my job that I had when I was a teenager to get it fixed. And the dude hooked me up, you know? He's like been the family mechanic and he knows a bunch of people that we know and everybody's dropping a car off. We know everybody, you know? That's how it was growing up. You didn't really need a shop. You just knew a guy. And he already gave me a good price. And I called him and was like, hey, I don't even think I can drive this thing back to you. And he was like, wait, what? And I was like, I forgot even how I even contacted him because it was like before cell phones. I think I might have like walked home in the snow and told my mom to call him on the house phone, or I don't remember what the fuck I did. I do remember being like, man, life's not easy. Sometimes you just spend a bunch of money and then you fuck it all up right away and you're like, damn it. And then he's like, you know, I gave you a deal the first time. Like, you pay more the second time. You're like, God. I'll never forget the second time, he didn't charge me more, but he made me come over there and help him. So he'd like put a pry bar, like a long one, and he'd put like a wedge in there, and he'd be like, here, stand on this with all your body weight, and if you step off this, it might injure me. So just stand on this, but you're helping me, okay? This is why I'm gonna give you a good deal. So he just made up tasks for me to do that he could have definitely done on his own and gave me a good deal because he felt bad. I'll never forget that day. I've told this story before, but without the other context, is that I used to have a mechanic that his wife would come out and bring him a sandwich, like a ham and cheese or salami and cheese, very basic ass white bread. You can hardly see what's in between the bread. Very classic American style sandwich. She'd come out and drop him a sandy. She'd be like, here you go, honey. And he would grab it and take a bite of it, and then he would set it down and like the whole piece of white bread would have like a perfect handprint of oil and dirt and shit. So he'd like take a bite, set it down, and you'd see his whole hand in the form of like black oily dirt on the bread. And he would just eat the whole thing, like he didn't give a shit. I've told the story about the mechanic that eats the oily bread sandwich maybe my whole life. It's been a story that always pops up in my head. Because if my hands were that fucking nasty, I don't know, I'd probably just throw a little work glove on or a latex glove and just, who cares? Just, I wouldn't do the other where you just pretend like it doesn't matter. I got rear-ended on the way back from White Castle in New Jersey. Got a new bumper, then my ex borrowed my car and got hit at the library by a rich little old lady with great insurance. Just kept the money. Oh, man. Drove over one of the concrete barriers at Nature Center once, and the nails went in my oil pan. Oh, my God. That's hardcore. Damn. Well, at least oil pans are just a big chunk of metal that can be easily reproduced. So technically, as long as it didn't push so hard on your oil pan and everything else that it fucks more stuff up. But I would definitely be shocked if I looked under my vehicle and the oil pan had a puncture in it. I'd be like, uh-oh. I don't know what I would do. I would probably just roll up an earplug. Just shove an earplug in there. I don't know. What do you do at that point? Wait, it flipped what over? Scruff what? Subway. Eat fresh. Is that their slogan? What are you don't know who Bart Dimberton is? No. Is it you, or are you just using that as a username and it's somebody else? It was a 69 GTO with a 400 V8. Oh, damn. The oil. Ah, yeah. Yes. I want the 5W30 as the dressing, please. Yo, Princess Glennis gifting us up to
Princess
Scruff.
Glennis
Thank
gifted
you. Oh
one
my God, thank you
subscription.
so much. What? I appreciate that a million times over. Thank you. Thank you. Scruff, you just got yourself a gifted. You should refresh the stream so that you have all the emotes. Or I don't know if you have to refresh. Sometimes I do. Yeah, welcome to Golden Gate Park, guys. This is a very leisure stream. If you were like, I see a trail to your right, maybe take that trail, I'll do it. This is very choose as you go. I'm just picking a route every place I get. I'm like, just look around and decide. Or 38, y'all earned that. Smiley, what you up to? How are you? This earworm. Here's the paper towel to hold the sandwich. Right. Yeah, this guy did not give up.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Hey, welcome in. I'm not Ron Burgundy. Wait, why? Why are you saying I'm not Bart, I'm not Ron? Because Bart keeps saying he's Bart. I'm very confused. I'm gonna shower before the tortoise decides he wants upsies. Okay. Enjoy your chow chow. Thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate that a ton. Bart, you keep saying that you're Bart, and it's making me wonder, who really is this guy? Who is Bart? Underneath the username.
Cause when life looks like easy street, there's danger I should know. Things be still free. Let me know mine. Whoa, I want to know.
Must be Bart. What's up, Breezy? How are you today? My advice. Whoa, what I want to know. With me. Wired on ADHD meds? Nice. Are you being productive? I haven't taken ADHD medication since I was a kid, but I do remember the hyperfixation that happens. It turns my curiosity, which is ADHD bouncing in every direction, into like laser focus. Like, I guess how normal people feel. But I haven't had that. I haven't, because, yeah. Like ADHD medication made me anxious. And then being anxious all the time for the first time in my life because of it. And then the anxiety made me depressed. So I was like, man, I gotta take this medicine and then this other. Then I started having to take anxiety medication, and then they prescribed me depression medicine, all this stuff. It was all like a domino effect of the ADHD medicine though. It's tough because I've tried a bunch of different kinds too, so it's like, I think that when you're a kid, it's hard to understand it or work with it too. They're like giving you caffeine every day, and they're like giving you ADHD medicine and sugar. And they're like, take it before school, take it during school, and take it right after school, and get your homework done right after school, because once it wears off, you're crazy. I think like as long as you can manage it yourself as an adult, you probably find what's right for you, because like, yeah, maybe the schooling system kept kids in school between early morning and late afternoon, and it was kind of easy for them to say take it before, maybe during and after. And maybe the whole thing works better if you just try it on your own outside of that whole regiment. I've heard people be like adults, like in their late 20s, early 30s, like start taking ADHD medicine, and they're just like, oh my God, like cry. They're like, oh my God, I can fuck. Like I can just, I know the feeling, like to have your brain stop just perpetuating thought after thought after thought. It's tough. The feeling of being like, oh my God, this is what life feels like for most people. It's a weird realization. It's almost like when somebody puts on prescription glasses for the first time in their life, and they're like, oh my God, dude, what the fuck? I've been like blind, you know? It feels like that because our brains are weird. I don't have the hyperactive ADHD. I have the can't get anything done. Oh, yeah. I call that the old ADHD paralysis. You know who I think is going to help people that have ADHD paralysis and stuff? I think the AI chat assistants and stuff like that will help people manage their tasks better. You could literally hardwire like an AI agent assistant so easily to check on your tasks. Like I've told any chatbot that I've ever talked to that has a memory of every conversation we've ever had, I've told every single one of them, please bring up things that I ask you about later to see if I've ever actually accomplished the task I was like working on or asking you questions about. So that, because I forget shit exists if it's not in front of my face every day. So sometimes I need that reminder. And I don't have a personal assistant or anything, you know. Obviously, I'm lazy enough to not schedule things or have reminders or alarms to like make sure I crunch things and get everything done. Sometimes I pile up a bunch of stuff and then have to tackle it aggressively. So I feel like moving forward, I'll have better balance of. It's hard for somebody who's a classic overthinker because I have a million ideas and thoughts a day. It's like spewing words out all the time. I don't really think before I talk. It just comes straight out the mouth. Whoa, I want to know. Right, Ed? Beautiful day. And it's not cold either. Cervantes. The person was diagnosed with echolalia, HG meds. 30 some of years before I made him test it for autism. He's happier now. Damn. Yeah, that's good. They've got more variables to consider and reactions and stuff. Side effects. And as they should. I mean, they've been doling out ADHD medicine and for a long time. We've had a lot of time to study it, the side effects. So you got the De Young Museum. Oh, we could go up into the top of that building up there. It's open today.
Just a devastating series of things to read when you wake up too late for work. Oh no! So like I'm like big for that.
Pool of Enchantment. Rumor has it, if you step in here, it makes you live twice as long. Growing up in Michigan, we'd look for puddles after rain, and then for some magical reason, every single time that there was a puddle after the rain, we could always find one. There's like, oh God, trouble starter. Oh jeez. They don't want him in the... I think they kicked him out of the museum. He's pissed. Saying crazy shit.
Re-enter password. See, I know.
Oh, Monet and Venice. Yeah, so you can't stream inside of here, but you can go into the tower that's like behind the museum. I need to just start going to the exhibits off stream because this is one of the only art galleries I've ever known that you can't stream in. They should really allow it. It is a very cool building, though. Take a spy cam in? No. Hey, Melissa, good morning. How are you? So this area has a lot going on, by the way. You got the band shell, which is this big outdoor amphitheater looking thing over there, down to the right. Live music, DJs, reggae once a week. People speak there, bands perform there. They do all kinds of interesting stuff there. Lots of local musicians perform there. And you got the California Academy of Science across the street, or not the street, across this plaza area. And they've got a lot of cool stuff in there. It's like natural history, science. They have this like living roof. You can go up on the roof. It's kind of limited. When you get on the roof, you kind of just walk in a circle and then leave. But it is cool. They have a lot of really cool exhibits and they swap out stuff. And it's definitely a place where they take school field trips. We've been there a couple times with Roy and without Roy. And then the De Young here, they swap out every 3 or 4 months a new exhibit. It's probably like 3 per year, maybe. Different exhibits throughout this museum here, the De Young Museum. So you got the De Young Museum, the band shell, Academy of Science. Ow, my hand, my knuckle. 4:20 in San Fran? No. It's not even noon yet.
I don't know, Dad.
If this is a simulation, if we live, or like, I don't know. Somehow everything exists, right? Like if somebody's able to like oversee what we're doing, right? And they just like watching me stand next to a tree, stare at a squirrel for like 5 minutes. They're like, look at this guy. He's just staring at the squirrel. It's like, it's not a bad thing. Life is so weird. They have all these dedications on the benches too. I think you can pay for a memorial or different things to be represented on the benches. Like, there's people out there who are so intelligent for a human being, and they're like staring at a computer and like typing in all this crazy ass code, like building and developing and stuff. And then there's me, and I'm just like staring at a squirrel that's climbing a tree, and I'm just like, ooh, squirrel. The diversity is wild. Robert Emmett, Irish patriot, executed in Dublin, September 20th, 1803. 25 years old. Damn. No context. Just straight data, straight facts. That's Josh at work today. The squirrel deserves to be appreciated, man. I agree. So why did the Irish patriot get executed in Dublin? Let's find out. Ooh. Executed for high treason, following his leadership of a failed armed rebellion against British rule in Dublin on July 23, 1803. The uprising was intended to establish independent Irish Republic, but collapsed quickly, leading to his arrest, conviction, and death by hanging at age 25. He plotted and led a rebellion designed to take Dublin Castle and overthrow British administration. The rebellion resulted in the death of Lord Chief Justice Kilwarden, and Emmett was charged with high treason against the British Crown. Crazy. He was hung and subsequently beheaded on the streets in Dublin, becoming a celebrated Irish martyr. Interesting. That is interesting. He was like, fuck the British administration. Dude. They weren't fucking around in the early 1800s, man. If you rebelled back then, they were like, yeah, we're going to hang you. They're like, oh, you said what? No, you're dead. What does squirrel taste like? I don't know. I bet a lot of people in Michigan have eaten it though before, because there's a ton of squirrels in Michigan. T4, what you up to? How you doing? San Francisco's like one of the only places I can go without sunglasses once in a while. It's a cool thing to watch a squirrel. It can be a computer code or anything technical. Yeah, that's smart. Just saying, yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, so much activity here. Oh, Stockton Unified School District. The Stockton kids. Chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. Exactly. Yeah, I live with sunglasses on, outside at least. It's a lot to... Oh yeah, I have gone that path before. This is where you can lock up all your bikes. Bike parking. It's an interesting little pathway here. Maybe they have these little concrete pieces so that they can drive big vehicles in here but not have to pave the whole thing. Damn. Yeah, my eyes have always been very sensitive to the sunlight. What color is everybody's eyes? What color are your eyes? You type it in the chat. Dang, this is a pretty legit chalk art. It's like King Kong holding an angry banana. Breezy green. Princess Glen is green. Parazak hazel. Ian blue gray. Julin blue. V-Kite green. What the fuck is there not? What? What are we? The rare eye color group? Community group? What's going on here? Is there nobody with brown eyes? I know there is. Who's got that dark brown? Like black. I love brown and dark brown. And I also love that like amber brown that's like a light brown. It's like those ones are just built different. You ever seen those light brown eyes? Some fun green. Literally, we have the most, you've all just listed the most rare eye colors. By the way, I love brown eyes. So, don't be afraid to say you have brown eyes. Chara. I met somebody who had 2 eye conditions And one of the eye conditions is that one of your eyes is a completely different color than the other eye. And then the second eye condition is that one of those different color eyes was sliced and had 2 different colors in the eye. So she had 2 different color eyes, and one of the eyes was also 2 colors by itself, 2 different colors. Crazy. I think like one of them was like half brown and half like blue, and the other one was like green.
But if you really want, we can grab one for you on here on the pretzel part. Oh yeah,
Nice. What's up, Otto? How's it? What's good, dude? What's up with it? We're chilling. Not one person in the chat has said they have brown eyes. What the hell? I don't believe that. Golden Gate Park Japanese Tea Garden. Yeah, everybody who didn't type has brown eyes. Just kidding. Dang, this is the last day of the month, huh? Shit, tomorrow's April 1st. Yeah, we gotta... Look at this, it's beautiful. Yeah. So pretty.
You didn't consider to like carry you or something? You just like...
It can be a little bit bananas.
Yeah, these are cherry blossoms. Sorry. Go take my car for a service and annual check tomorrow on April Fool's Day. Gulp. Oh no, Breezy. That's, well, you know. Well, jokes. Yeah, well, you know. It is what it is. Do you launch a tin can at the moon tomorrow? From where? From where would they be launching? And then the botanical garden is over here. Beautiful area. Hello, Joyce. Welcome back. Thank you. How are you? How have you been? It's so good to see you. You guys, Joyce is an incredible streamer, talented artist, super cool person. I hope you're doing well. Guys, drop her a follow. You're just getting a normal maintenance. You'll be fine, Breezy. Yeah, you guys make sure you're following Joyce. Here, look. Put you on blast with my broke-ass phone. Joyce Lee Music, guys. Rock singer, songwriter. Go visit her channel. Drop her a follow. Oh, damn, I legit respect that. Last March 29th. Still follow her. When she comes back, you can say hello. I respect the hell out of that. It definitely... The internet is everybody has their own challenges with it. It's good to be able to take space from it. How long are you here for this time? I don't know. I've been here for I think I've been here for 2 weeks already on this trip. But I came with a friend and I wanted him to see the city, and he's from the other side of the country, so he drove out here. And we did the road trip up the Pacific Coast Highway from San Diego through LA, Santa Barbara, Morro Bay, Big Sur, Santa Cruz, all that. We camped along the way and stuff. And then he left town yesterday. So now I'm kind of just getting back into my own groove. Today's sort of a leisure, sort of no pressure stream. It's the last day of the month. I figure I'd enjoy a cloudy day at the park, but look, blue skies. I see blue. Just that little bit of blue. It's like taking a third of an antidepressant medicine pill. I see that blue and I'm like, yo. It's so healing. I wasn't having a bad day by any means. I'm enjoying the clouds, but when I see that blue, a smile comes on my face that just is, it only comes from that. Oh wait, no. So, oh my God, I'm just going back and forth and back and forth. I do want to go this way. Oh, he's ripping us. Oh, it's a cigarette. It smells like a cigar. Whoa, 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 whoa. Vikai, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships on YouTube. Thank you so much. You guys can also be like Vikai. The memberships are 99 cents if you gift them on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jesus, it's still going. My screen it's never ending. Somebody named Phil McCracken got one. Oh, I had to say it out loud for me to actually register the joke. You guys get it, right? Jeez. Phil, P-H-I-L, Mick, M-C, Kraken, C-R-A-C-K-E-N. Phil McCracken. Well, I'm glad they got a membership. What a username. I'm still on the hunt for the one user we lost. Wispy Butt Hairs. Somebody followed named Wispy Butt Hairs, and I think they might have typed like once ever. But I was hoping that they'd become an active member of chat with that username Wispy Butt Hairs. I was like, damn. If you see a username you think is hilarious and absolutely love, just pretend you don't. Just do the old neglect method, because I think I was like, oh my God, your username. And then they just never talked ever since. Or maybe that's all they do, is just follow people to see the reaction. Life of a streamer, guys. So let me remind you, this is the San Francisco Botanical Gardens. This is a huge area. There's acres and acres and acres of botanical gardens. And there's a certain time of year where they do this thing, what is it called? Flower piano? And basically they take over the park, over the botanical garden, like this portion of the park, and they put pianos in all of these like unique environments out here. Today's also Trans Day of Visibility, so I bought one of my trans friends yesterday a boba tea. Nice. Wait, Lively Libra? Where? No way. I wonder if that's the same Lively Libra from when I hitchhiked across the country. It probably is. It was like a husband and wife, and they had kids, but they found me through like YouTube or something. I can't remember. Yeah, like when I was hitchhiking across the country, someone was like, oh, do you need a good night's sleep? And I was like, what do you mean? And then they were like, well, my husband and I are renting hotel rooms for myself and my kids so that they can celebrate their birthday at this hotel and have like a pool party and stuff. And so I think I slept on the floor of the bedroom with the parents. But I'm pretty sure Lively Libra 420 is that parent. And this was like 16 years ago or something. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is them. I don't know. But their username was always Lively Libra. And they definitely smoked weed. Hummingbird Sage. I've met so many people that called themselves both of those names. So the magnolias are in bloom through March. So they must be at the end of their bloom cycle. Here, let me look up.
Okay. For what? For your birthday?
Oh, that would have been so funny.
Yeah, sometimes that's true.
Did it happen today?
Beautiful bird on his shoulder. Did you see? Ricky got brown eyes. Let's go. You're the only person who said they had brown eyes. Or has brown eyes. For real, people call themselves hummingbird sage. I gotta meet more people. Yeah, I hung out with a lot of hippies. Every hippie's like, call me Sage now. And I'm like, all right, Sage. You tell me to call you something, I'll call you that. People used to call me Moonhawk for years. One person called me it, and then all of a sudden the whole friggin' world was referring to me as that, even my family. And I was like, what's going on here? I was like, since when? And I was never like, call me Moonhawk, you know? I like never put a memo out. I wasn't like, guys, name change. By the way, new nickname. Like people literally just started calling me that. And like one person heard somebody say it to me and they're like, oh, I like that. And I was like, oh, here we go. I just embraced it for years. And then I used to have it on my social media because you couldn't find me by my real name. People would just be looking up Moonhawk. And eventually I took it off of all my social media pretty much. And so that people would just be like, okay, what do we call you? Potential Bliss? I'm like, my name is Danny. I prefer to be called by my real name if you want. I like it. I was born named this. I have people through my life that I cherish and love and miss that have always called me by this name. And I cherish my name. I always wish I just had like Danny on Instagram. I was an early adopter of being like chronically online, but I did not adopt early enough to get that. To just get Danny on Instagram, Danny on YouTube. It really doesn't matter what your name is because I know people that have had like 500,000 subscribers and their username made no fucking sense. Like they literally just type a bunch of letters and it doesn't even have a meaning. So, but as far as people getting to know you, and if you're out and about a lot like we are, then you run into people, people will usually call you by your username. It was G Power. Coworker that every time somebody called me Glynis, I would yell at them. Like Glynis, she's now she's a G Power. So the one who gave me the name, that's so funny. Have you guys ever enjoyed any of Theo Von's stuff? I used to really listen to a lot of his stuff when like nobody knew who he was. Like I was one of the people who like found him on Apple Podcasts or whatever, and like started listening to his show like during the first like 20, 30 maybe episodes. I found it, and it was just like really bad quality, but he was very authentic and like funny and curious and ignorant and fun. And obviously he's done so much more for, you know, a lot of interest in things, like he's interviewed people and does politics and, you know, all this stuff. But he kind of gets the card where it's like no matter what he talks about, he just seems like he doesn't mean no harm. But I just remember listening to his podcast early on, and he'd always have these crazy stories. He'd be like, yeah, I grew up with this one fella named this or that. And like, you know, he had 4 fingers on one hand and 1 toe on his left foot. And like just all these crazy stories, but he'll always have these crazy nicknames for the people. We don't get enough of that. Now it's like your username is your nickname on social media. You haven't come across Theo Vaughn? Wow. That's surprising. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Is your algorithm like super Mexican? Like Mexico oriented? Because I lived in Mexico for a while. I published a bunch of videos like while like living in Latin America. And for some reason my Google like algorithm is like hardwired to... Basically when I watch YouTube videos, like 50% of my ads are in Spanish. And 50% of my ads have like nothing to do with American culture. Anybody else have that on their feed? I never really asked this before. I don't want to jinx myself because I actually enjoy seeing all the Spanish speaking advertisements. And it's not just because I spend a lot of, I don't know. When you're near the border and you're near Mexico, it'll start showing you Spanish ads. But even here in San Francisco, I think almost all my ads on YouTube that I've seen so far on this trip have been in Spanish. G-Power out. Interesting. I remember back on Road Rules. That's crazy that you remember that. Like, literally, nobody remembers that. He's brought it up in his comedy specials or talking about his past, like... But some people actually just remember it from back then. You miss Walter Mercado? Who's that? I ever switched to mostly Spanish after taking the 101 course and having to translate a lot. Liz, one time I had a Facebook friend who spent a lot of time in Brazil, and a lot of my online stuff would turn up in Portuguese. Oh my gosh. You get a lot of Spanish ads. I'd be like, hey, how do you know I speak Spanish? It's listening, my friend. Been listening the whole time. All your ads in Norwegian, I use VPN to avoid this stupid UK online safety bill bollocks. I see. Gotta stay protected. I use VPN for security purposes. I never used it to avoid. America's pretty ad heavy. There isn't too much you need a VPN for here as far as that. Is he a boss? I don't know. Remember Walter Mercado? Was it something that happened on your stream or something? Oh yeah, here's the Memorial Rock. We still haven't walked across the Golden Gate Bridge. I was thinking the next day where the forecast looks like it'll be sunny, like Thursday. Maybe Thursday we go across the Golden Gate Bridge. What the fuck are they doing over there? They're just trying to be funny by making moaning sounds. Oh yeah, they're doing walkie-talkies. Ah. Oh my God, his friend goes, "Shut up, why are you like this?" That's literally me with the walkie-talkies when I'm with Sweaty. That's funny. They're just trolling people with the mics, with the walkies.
Shut it off. Oof. Check out some of the neighborhoods. Walkie-talkies be fun to use, definitely. I've been to Academy of Science lately. Not on this trip. But I usually go like every time we come to San Francisco. This says, oh man, U.S. government uses AI to kill children in Iran. Damn. That's crazy. And they perfectly placed it so that it also says no king instead of no walking. That was probably put up there during the no kings day. So I figured this is the direction with blue skies, so let's walk towards the blue skies. Actually, let's swap sides of the street now that she's not using those loud tools. Anybody need a microwave? Oh my God, he left the park. I know, I didn't even tell you guys. I just, boom, I'm in a neighborhood. So this is the Richmond. This area is called Richmond. We're at like 10th Street. So it goes to like 48th, something like that. 46, 40 something. Towards the beach. The higher the number, the closer you are to the beach. We're at 10. So there's these beautiful neighborhoods on each side of the park. One is the Richmond and one is the Sunset. The north side of the park, these neighborhoods, this is Richmond. And then the south side of the park on the other side of the park, that's called Sunset. Very safe, quiet, chill, not super touristy. Except for the park. It's not like downtown. It's a very chill place. Like if you could live here, raise a family here, or rent a room here or something, it's pretty nice. I've lived in this side of town for a brief period. And I lived on the other side of the park for a brief period too. They have 2 grocery stores in this immediate area. There's a grocery outlet on Geary. That's in the Richmond. And then basically at the beach, at the end of the park, in Outer Sunset has a Safeway. That Safeway's a little crazy, not gonna lie. Sometimes you walk in there and there's like 50 teenagers running around, just like stealing shit and being crazy, making videos and stuff. It's wild there. Would you ever move to SF again? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a lot different when you actually have a place to call home. But it's not easy for somebody that like myself, and the price ranges that I would like to see would probably be like not preferred environments or facilities or upkeep, you know. Kind of like in LA. Like, yeah, you can find a place for like $1,500 a month, but you'll hit your head on the ceiling and it won't have a kitchen or whatever, all this shit. And you can find something for like 22, let's say 12, from whatever I just said, to like $2,000. You can find something a little better. Still might have issues and reasons to be like, yeah, maybe place isn't for me. It's like the second you're willing to put like $1,500 more than what you expect, that's when you actually rent places that have good maintenance, good management, good tenants, good neighbors. It's so tough these days. There's all these factors. But if you're able to just dump tons of money into it and it doesn't hurt you financially or mess with your future, then you can find a nice place. It's just that getting in that's hard. You gotta find the right place, first and last month's rent, deposit, pass the credit checks, show them proof of income for the last like 4 months. 3 to 4x the amount earning per month that is, compared to your rent. So if your rent's $2,000 a month, you need to at least make $6,000 a month to even be approved. I told you guys how tough it is when I was trying to get places in LA. People would just be like, oh, this place is $2,000? All right, I'll pay $2,500 and I'll prepay for 12 months if you just let me have it. And then they call me and they're like, oh yeah, sorry, somebody outbid you, you know. Don't know what to say. Thanks. Maybe better luck next time. It's so much better to just know somebody who you trust, like family, friends, colleagues that are professional and not sus, like have a good head on their shoulders and stability in their life, enough to give you solid recommendation to a manager or management or a homeowner or an apartment building owner that you know for sure will work with you based off just good people helping good people find a good place. It's like more about who you know than applying to 20 different management agencies, which some charge you with a non-refundable cost to apply. Trying to make my way over to Geary Street. I think it's like the next block or two up. Yeah. That's why we make money, to spend money. Not to hoard it and be like dying rich. We're supposed to enjoy our life. So don't worry too much, you guys. Make sure you enjoy your life, have fun, invest in yourself. I've never seen anything like this. Popped water lily seeds. So these are like puffed. They're almost like popcorn or like cereal. Water lily seeds, lotus seed snack, puffed lotus seed snacks. Where are these from? It doesn't even say. Where's this? Kashipur. Sounds like India. Interesting. Should I try some? They're not expired. Should we eat some water lilies puffs? See, this is the difference between how I give tours and how official companies give tours. See, they're all riding this bus, but I'm walking you down all these same areas. Hey, we made it to Geary. You know, people outbid renting apartments too. Yeah. It might be against the law. I'm not sure. I feel like you should have some kind of renter's rights, but who's going to keep track of all that and enforce? It was like Victoria when she found a really sick house that she could have a studio at. It was like 10 grand a month. Like somebody offered like $12,000 a month. And so they were like, we accepted their offer. What up, Uncle J-Pop? What's good? I wish I could have eaten those tacos with you last night, man. Fuck. If I could just teleported there, I would have got 3 tacos and a blunt from Jeffrey. You guys ever say what's up to Uncle J-Pop? It is gonna start getting really warm in Southern California, so I gotta go enjoy it before it gets too uncomfortably hot. I'll be waiting tonight for taco date night. Damn it. Just put a couple in like a cryogenic freezing chamber real quick, or a freezer, We can thaw them and, I don't know, deep fry them or something. They'd still be good. Wait, what tacos did you get? Oh, wow. Puff Puff Sunset. Wait, what? What's that? Oh, it's Mexican food. I was trying to figure out what kind of restaurant that was. It's very unassuming. Oh, now I'm regretting not having my sunglasses. How's it looking in San Diego, though? What part of town are you at? Oh, wow. Look at this very San Francisco luggage case. Damn. I wonder if it was like just abandoned because it's getting old, or if somebody stole it and then dropped it there after. It's funny that they incorporate rippling is like definitely some kind of, you know, tech company. HR, IT, finance in one, diabolically good, but it's just a cat. The dude, somebody wearing a ring, petting their cat. What does it mean? I forgot my sunglasses in the van because it was so cloudy today. Oh, diesel, $7.69. And that's cash, dude. Ugh. What am I gonna do? It's crazy. That's me after I get Claude at co-work to post on 4 different platforms for me. Oh yeah, I've always seen this place on Google Maps. The Vegan Cafe. It doesn't look open.
is a good line. If you take this bus right here, the 28, it'll take you all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge. And if you stay on it, it loops over to Fort Mason. So we took that yesterday. Was that yesterday? No, that was 2 days ago. I sat on my computer all day yesterday, stressing out about my taxes. Now I remember. The vegan sushi spot in the Mission I was telling you about, I have not been there. Is it really good? Because like technically vegan sushi is kind of cheap. Like I could make it for pretty cheap. But if it's like got this its own niche of like ridiculously good sushi options, then it's like elevated a little bit. Because sometimes I'll go to a sushi spot and I order a veggie roll, and then I'm like, damn, did I just pay $12 for like a quarter cup of rice and like a couple chopped veggies? So now I'm very particular. That's why I don't eat sushi often on stream, unless I'm in a pinch and it's like budget sushi. But since you recommended it, I'll have to check it out. Also, it's unique for the Mission. I'm used to seeing Mexican food and stuff, so. What makes it vegan sushi? Well, if it's a vegan sushi restaurant, it means that every roll is probably catered towards replicating maybe normal rolls, but with unique ingredients that would make it vegan. So like, usually these specialty places do stuff like that and come up with their own unique rolls and stuff too. I don't know, I've never been there. But what makes sushi vegan is having no meat in it. And some sushi is like sweet. You ever seen that? You ever seen like dessert sushi? So, like no weird yogurty things or any kind of stuff like that mixed in at all either. No dairy. Tofu, tempeh? I don't know. Think about tacos, right? Most tacos have meat in them. Traditionally, meat is like what makes the umami work or whatever, something like that. But then you've got places like City Tacos or like fancy taco places that sell like $5 to $6.50 tacos per taco. And when you eat them, you're like, oh man, this is like next level, dude. Like, how the fuck did they come? Thank God this taco exists, you know? And I think that that's kind of the goal for these vegan and vegetarian restaurants. Because I've been vegetarian for like almost 17 years. But I was vegan for like 6. So I've dabbled. I've done the research and development with investing my own money into trying places that might not be great. And honestly, half of them do suck. And like, as a person who's been trying to find the best versions of food, I don't necessarily like to replace it with the typical stuff. Like if they find ways to use like vegetables, even grains, to create pâtés or to make special dressings and special sauces and special creams, and you know, you can do a lot with, there's a lot of really delicate foods you can make that are really just so beautiful. Like if you soak raw cashews and then blend them in a food processor, you can make yourself like a cashew pâté or cashew dip or cashew cheese. And depending on whether you use whole cashews or halves or chunks, like busted up cashews, because you can buy in bulk all these different types of cashews. Depends on how decadent the cashew cheese comes out too. Like, have you ever seen this company called Miyoko's? They're like fermented cashew cheese. I used to work for a food company, and we used to supply them with their cashews. So we would have to deliver like pallets, just 2,200 pounds of cashews per pallet. And we'd have to deliver them to them, and they would never accept anything but whole cashews. So they bought like the most expensive cashews, and they explained to us the difference in the finished product between using whole towards
bits or even halves. But a lot of companies basically are putting an incredible amount of money and time and effort into creating products. Yeah, that looks like a flat tire if I had to guess. Cold front hitting. I wouldn't even call this a cold front. Sounded like one too. It looked like one too. Cynic, what you up to? How are you? Life is walk, walk, walk. Where are we walking to? We're eventually making our way to the beach. Wait, she turned, what? Damn. She did like a whole fucking block loop. I don't know if you guys understand. I watched her drive in front of me, right? And then when I saw her down at the end, she turned right. So she did like a whole loop and just drove past us again just to make sure we saw it. You know what I ate for dinner last night? Because doing taxes is stressful and I had like no appetite. I bought like 3 variety packs of fruit and nuts, like fresh fruit. I got like pineapple, grapes, strawberries, melon, cheese, all kinds of stuff. I just ate a shitload of fruit and nuts last night. Interesting loan, yeah. Yeah, well, we sold lots of whole cashews that did not have that on them. There must be a process to remove that. I want to order something really quick. I want to get a little sandwich. Give me 1 second. Be right back.
Excuse me.
behind the fence, boys. No.
Volcano Curry of Japan. What? I never seen that place. Oh yeah, I ordered a sandwich from Starbucks because there's one right here. I'm gonna go get me a boba. Oh, you got the echo of the clips? Oh, I'm so glad you got one. Welcome in, Joy. Hope you're doing well. You know what I looked up, Glennis? I looked up Joe and the whatever. I looked it all up. And I was like, wow, this place is like a vegan place. I didn't realize that. Like they have like everything that I would probably like. I did not know that at all. I looked it up and I was like, huh, this place is like epic. Yeah, I've never been there. Just last night I was bored and I was looking up places that maybe we could go to on stream to get good food, like healthy food. You know, because it's easy to eat shitty food when you're IRL streaming all the time and traveling. So I looked it up just out of curiosity. Because I typed in vegan and Joe and the Juice came up and I was like, what? I didn't realize. Yeah, there's like, I always walk past one on Market Street. Please shop local. I do. A lot. I do. Primarily. I'm also very hungry and I live on the road, so I'm gonna grab something real quick. Give me 1 sec.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a Starbucks and a bank. Hey, how are you? I think it's Danny's. Oh, Daniel. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was either I grab some pizza or I get this, and I can't keep eating pizza every day. Because pizza's like the ultimate fast. Like if you walk for like 4 hours, you build up an appetite. You calorie dump like when you're walking. I need to refill. go wrong with pizza. One of my goals, I want to like try the best pizza in San Francisco because there's so many spots. I typically am attracted to places that have a bunch of pizzas behind glass, and they take a piece out for you and they throw it in their oven and they heat it up. But I've been noticing that there's a lot of like Italian pizzerias here where it's more of like a restaurant experience, but you can still get a slice. And there's so many different styles and subtle differences to the pizza. I feel like it'd be a fun series. Not for like TikTok or any of that kind of stuff, really. Just so that you guys and myself knows where to get the best pizza, if in San Francisco. Like Joyride is probably one of the easiest to say, yeah, they're good. They have really good consistency. They do it Detroit style. You can't really mess that up once you've got it down. You can't have a bad day and make a bad fucking Detroit style pizza. But I do feel like you can have a bad day and make a different style pizza that's not like cooked in a pan like a Detroit style is. You're just throwing it flat down onto whatever, like in an oven. I also know that Starbucks is a crazy corporation, but I have a lot of friends who worked for them, and I've had friends that have had like medical conditions that make it harder for them to have jobs, and like they're willing to hire my friend and give them like full-time shifts and move them to different locations when they want to move and have a job still, like all through San Francisco. I've had friends that worked here. It was easier for them to find a job within a business that's as busy as that place. Where are you from, fast food Jimmy? It's really nice to accommodate for them. Not too many businesses are like that, right? I mean, I'm sure there's more negatives that you can point out than positives, but self-help for the elderly. An elderly community center. Well, you know, like how much is the CEO of Starbucks worth? Is he worth $1 billion? Piece of shit. I don't even care if he's a family man. If he has $1 billion to his name, evil. I feel like, personally. No normal, friendly, you know, family-oriented, community-oriented person has $1 billion. It just doesn't exist. It doesn't work like that. What does that say about people like that want to be trillionaires like Elon Musk? I remember when he bought Twitter, and then that famous picture of him walking into the Twitter headquarters with the sink. I knew when I saw that, I was like, oh, we're fucked. I was like, this is not good. This is not good. Like, I'm all for his innovation and for EV vehicles, and, you know, he does some pretty crazy, cool, interesting shit. But he still scares the ever-living daylights out of me. Like, no. I was like, man, he can just narrate anything he wants by adjusting the algorithm. And you can pay, you know, you can buy any election anywhere. And I just saw it moving in that direction. Like, once I saw him dick riding Trump, I was like, oh, shit. Like, I immediately was like, oh, he's gonna win. He's richer than any of the liberal investors. And he had more vulnerable people at the end of his fingertips through Twitter than, you know, the news stations and stuff that, you know, would normally promote the different elects, you know. I do remember being like, wow, I wonder if he's just going to stronghold this monetarily and make Trump win. And then he absolutely did that. And I was just like, oh, nice. This is the most transparent version of buying an election I've seen in a while that doesn't take, like, researching political parties and, like, understanding the depths in which people move money back and forth within campaigns and elections. It was, like, the most easy to understand version of politics are bought. They're not won. And I was just like, damn, let's go. There's, like, a bunch of fucking very intelligent teenagers and people in their early 20s right now, like, seeing this as young children and young adults in their 20s, and now they know what it looks like. They know. So hopefully moving forward we have a lot more infrastructure rebuilding, like, say, like 40 years from now when all these 20-year-olds are in their 60s. I think being, like, righteous and trying to avoid companies that are on lists is good. But I think making it your whole personality and just depending on only eating when you can eat at a place that's deemed, you know, not evil, I think that's tough. You know? It's tough to abide to those things. It's like, oh no, Coca-Cola. I don't drink Coca-Cola, but, like, it feels like a one-sided, never-ending battle. Like, you're battling against something that's not fighting back. It's just doing what it does. So it's tough. I feel like if you worry too much about that and let it mess you up and let it mess with your brain and your nervous system and stuff too much, and you think about it too much, it could be unhealthier to care about where you're eating. So, like, would you rather be righteously supporting the world, the people, or would you, you know, would you rather take care of yourself and be healthy before you think about doing anything for anybody else? Because even, and I'm not defending these corporations, fuck them all, but, you know, even a fucking McDonald's cheese, it's cheese, you know? It's mass processed. It's not the greatest for you, but you get calories and you have, you know, there's certain things that most humans benefit from eating. I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily eat fast food, but I understand that you gotta fucking eat. Is it like our privilege and responsibility to stand up to these companies while everybody else who can only afford to eat at those companies just live their normal lives? I feel like it's interesting when you think about it. It makes me feel like
You know why?
it's like a privilege turned into like a duty, you know? And is it your duty? Is you walking around telling people don't do this, don't support this, is that bettering the world, or is it just, you know, slowing things down a little bit because you're gonna eat anyways? Imagine walking up to a group of people who can only afford to eat McDonald's with the app, with the deals, with their points, and then you're like, bro, don't eat McDonald's, it's corporate, you know? It's like they don't care about you. They just want you to have cancer and die in the medical system in the US. And it's like, yeah, maybe if you honestly always think like that. But some people just have to survive, and they don't have the privilege to choose every day. They don't have the option to not eat because they want to skip this place that has food because it's so corporate. You know, some people are really hungry or have kids, and it isn't an interesting dynamic to think about it. I mean, clearly I use a majority of like one side of my brain because I'm always kind of emotionally and logistically analyzing things, trying to rationalize it all. Like when I first became vegetarian, people that work for PETA would come up to me and show me a screen. They'd be like, look at this screen, look at these animals being slaughtered. Don't you want to be vegan now? And I was like, listen, I'm walking down the street trying to live my life and you're showing me animals being slaughtered? Well, who the fuck are you? And they're like, yeah, but they're being abused and we need to save the world. And I'm like, I've been vegetarian probably longer than who are you? First of all, I am vegetarian, but not because of videos like this. Not because of people like you. Like immediately when I became vegetarian, I was like, oh God, I just joined a cult. Because I joined it to see what it would feel like for my health. I didn't have any morality involved. Like, dude, you have to raise animals and you have to kill them to eat. I get it. And there's mass farming of animals, and I think that's cruel. And I think that we don't really need to keep up with the fucking, you know, mass animal growth and killing them young. And some of them are sent out with cancer and diseases because they're so fast with the processing. And I get all that. But I think that people that are that passionate should focus on local efforts. Stop trying to save the world and like make an impact to the people closest to you, because that's where you actually see the results. You know, I've always noticed that about people who are overzealous when they're almost flamboyantly sharing the things that they've learned about life and then kind of project it onto you to try to be like a wisdom sharer. I notice a lot of those people are not healthy, like in their mind. Like, I know all that stuff exists. I think it's pretty bad. But I know I can't stop it. Unless I become a corporate, you know, sellout, capital, like venture capitalist, and I start spending all my money to fuck with these companies, like, you know, I don't know. Like, there's nothing that one person, even the ripple effect, it's like, money's money. You don't like the meat farm and you're protesting them? Guess what? They own Impossible Burger. You know, they own shares in the veggie burger world. Like, money is money. The first thing that meat distributors and farmers did when they realized that vegetarianism was kicking in, they started investing in like tofu farms and fucking making tempeh and making veggie burger companies. You think that these meat eaters aren't a part of the vegetarian movement? You're crazy. They have the most money to make the businesses pop up out of thin air. So
even if you're a vegetarian, which I am and have been for like 16 years, but even if you are, it's there's a lot of shit going around in that world. You'll be buying a veggie burger, but you're putting money in the pocket of a meat farmer. That's the world we live in, dude. It's crazy. And then the real deep, like real natural people who like see beyond the frenzy of it all, they'll be like, well, yeah, don't buy all this bullshit from these companies either. Grow your own food. And I fuck with people like that. I mean, I'm nice to everybody, but I gotta be honest about the whole PETA and shoving things in your face with dead animals and trying to convince you need to be vegetarian when you already are. I don't like that. The whole approach is all wrong. But yeah, it's crazy to think. There's really no escaping it. You might as well just surrender to the beast. You know, use your voice, speak up. All these vegetarian activists and vegan activists, I mean, it gives them something to do, but some of them are real militant. Like one time I made a post on social media and I was like, hey, I'm just curious, like, has anybody been a vegetarian for a long time and then eaten meat? And like, what was it like for you after you ate the meat? After not eating meat for so long? Like, I'm curious. And then a bunch of people responded to my post and they were like, wow, I thought you were like better than this. And like, all these like really beautiful hippie girls with like 50,000 followers were commenting on my post being like, man, I thought you were cool. I can't believe you're considering eating meat again. And nowhere in my post did it say I was going to eat meat again. I was just asking about other people's experience. And then I was like, yo, fuck all of you. I was like, good luck with whatever wave you're riding, dude. Because you're annoying. But you get what I'm saying, right? I was asking friends to see if they've ever started eating meat and what the response. I was genuinely curious to see if anybody felt like a rush of, oh my God, I've been missing these minerals and nutrients and this iron, and like, oh my God, my body is designed to also process meat. Because like, you know, after years and years of only eating vegetables, you wonder, what's it like if you put some meat through that body? And so I was curious. Because I had a friend who was vegetarian and he told me in person, he was like, yeah, it's like the first time I ate meat, I like nearly had an orgasm and was like, oh, I like started crying. And he was just like, oh my God. And then started feeling like much more energetic and less dumpy and stuff. Apparently they were deficient in something. It's some type of deficiency that was never supplemented enough during their vegetarianism. So I thought that was interesting. And I was like, yo, internet, what do you guys think? Tell me. And instead of anybody telling me anything about starting to eat meat again, everybody was like, damn, dude, I thought you were cool, Danny. I didn't think you were like into mutilating animals and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I just asked a simple question. Any vegetarians eat meat after a long time of not eating it? How did it feel? I'm curious. I blocked a bunch of people. I was like, fuck these idiots. Why are you following me? Why are we friends? Go fuck yourself. When I recognized that I made a lot of friends like that like live up in the clouds, they're not very grounded with like reality, I separated myself from those kinds of people. Started surrounding myself with more career goal oriented people. that are more focused on bettering themselves and working hard on whatever they're passionate about than constantly parroting things they hear all the time and telling people how to live their lives and shit. So oh shit, let me catch up on all these. Where's Mom can't eat beef anymore because her body forgot it. Damn, Faith, hi. Weird, those cars parked in the grass behind that bench. Sometimes people park on like this damn near the sidewalk. I have to see what you're talking about. Wait, what are you talking about? How long ago was that comment? Go drowning in ignorance and there's no helping them. Yeah, it's okay. I can still be their friend if they don't tell me how to live my life. Most people don't, though. These days. I'm too old for that shit. When I was young and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and everything I looked at, you could just tell there was curiosity in me. Like, I explored the world with wide, curious eyes, you guys. Like, there's a reason why I love doing these streams. It gives me the opportunity to continue what I've been doing for a long time. And I just, you know. But yeah, back when I was like young and I was like a sponge and people would look at me and be like, damn, this kid, I should tell him every crazy thing that's on my mind. See if I can make him crazy too. Everybody would tell me all kinds of crazy shit. And I'd always be like, okay, nice. I'm gonna go do something productive now with my life now that you've stolen 5 minutes from it that I'll never get back. I'm about to go work twice as hard to catch up with my own productivity because of whatever I just experienced with you. Notice I never have experiences like this on stream ever, because all those people used to work in the industries I used to work in and I separated myself from them, so I'm so much happier away from the naivety of sort of the deep conscious culture of people who maybe eat a little too much LSD. No offense. Happens to the best of us. And it's not even like a jab, it's like a very realistic perspective. Like a lot of my friends microdosed LSD for months and months and months, if not years. Some of them heavily dosed it. And every other psychedelic. Ketamine. That's another touchy subject, I think, is ketamine. Like, they're like, oh, what about therapy with ketamine with a doctor? This is available now, you should try it. And I'm like, well, that's good. But what's not good is that I had a friend who would snort so much ketamine every day that it broke her nose. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't snort any more drugs. So she started taking the liquid ketamine and putting it in her butthole with a dropper bottle. Dude, ketamine ruins lives when unregulated and like not in a monitored state with people who really care about your health. I've seen a lot of people throw their lives away to ketamine by buying it illegally and selling it illegally and doing it a lot at their house and at parties and festivals. And I told you guys, my friend would I'd walk into her house and she'd be sitting on her knees in the kitchen screaming that she's like an Egyptian goddess and that all this crazy, super gnarly hallucinations. And I'd be like, yeah, I think I came in a wrong time. Like, I'd get there, it'd be like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there'd be people like on the floor looking at God on ketamine, just all tripping. Like, every room there'd just be somebody laying somewhere, and I'm like, damn, is this like the new, what is this? Why is ketamine fucking up all my friends so much? My friend lost everything she had, dude. She had a big ass farm, she had a big property, she had a lot of connections. Her dad was like really cool and was in the industry and like ushered her into the weed industry, and I used to just smoke weed with her and talk about weed when we were younger. And then I watched her just totally succumb to ketamine addiction and make all her friends addicted to it too. She gave it to them for free. So bad. I remember I was doing laundry and I found a bag on the side of the laundry machine, and I was like, yo, what's this? And she was like, oh my God, you found it. Like, oh, fuck. She like ran around the house showing everybody, like, look what he found. And it was like, I don't know, it was like $2,000 worth of ketamine that she dropped to the side of her laundry machine and never found it until I found it one day. Are they still alive? Just to be brutally honest, she's like sent me money requests on like PayPal or Venmo and stuff. And like I sent her a couple because I knew that she was like super struggling and like lost everything that she had. Like I sent her like $5. And then she just keeps sending me requests every now and again. Instead of talking to me or saying hi, she just sent me a money request. And I started denying them and have never heard from her since. She's like, I love you, Danny. I want to make sure you're supported. Like, if you ever need work. And I'm like, yeah, what kind of work? She's like, well, do you want to drive like 350 pounds of mushrooms from Washington to San Diego? And I'm like, no, thanks. I don't want any kind of, what? No, I want like legitimate work. She's like, you get $5,000 if you make it down there in like 2 days. And I'm just like, no thanks. There's a reason why you're trying to pay me all this money to do some job that'll probably get you arrested. Sorry. She's so flamboyant and drugged up all the time that definitely she stands out. And she had like huge long dreadlocks, like big blonde dreads, and she was loud. She always act like a baller everywhere she goes because she was making so much money doing all that shit. And then when she fell off, everybody was like, good luck. $5,000's not worth nothing. Yeah, fuck no. Nothing's worth it. Nothing worse than getting stopped by police for doing something illegal and then getting put in jail. Nothing worse than realizing that you have no control over your life until they let you out. Fuck that. I'd rather have, anything else. I'd rather fail miserably at a lot of other jobs than get arrested for doing something sketchy. Especially in this timeline, maybe like 30, 40 years ago or something, it's like, fuck it, dude. They're not looking for this. But so many people move drugs across the country, it's like, good luck. You're still doing that? Why don't you just use UPS, dude? Like, they don't even look. The big joke is that the biggest drug dealer distributors is USPS and UPS and FedEx, because they are constantly sending boxes of things everywhere. I used to work at a food company, and there was this one company that would do deliveries, and there's a dispensary next door. And when they would pick up our deliveries, they'd also pick up boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff from the dispensary. Because it was like a dispensary and a packaging facility. So they packaged up products for other dispensaries in that facility, as well as being a dispensary. More of a packaging facility though. And he was like, I know what's in these. Like when I gave him a bunch of boxes, he's like, I know what's in this. And I was like, food? He's like, nah, you got the dispensary. And I was like, no, I work at the place next door. I was like, that is a dispensary, but what I'm giving you is food. He's like, I won't say nothing, dude. Like, I won't say nothing.
And I was like, okay. You won't say nothing about the food that we're totally 100% valid, legal delivering to somewhere? Thank you for your service. Bye. But he was like convinced. He's like, yeah, it's probably full of drugs. Wow. What is that, like £1.25 pounds? You find out who your real friends are when you hit rock bottom. Yeah. You also learn how to be self-reliant and realize that nobody's going to help you if you don't have family or if you don't have friends or if you're getting older and your family's passing away or if you just have distance from responsible caretakers. The second you get put into jail or something, you're like, wow, I feel helpless, dude, fuck. Like literally, you guys, if you ever get put in jail, your best bet is to look at even if you don't feel like you trust them, just start talking to other inmates as soon as you can. You'll learn, you know, what the process looks like after getting in there. You know, you got to go to court. You don't stay there forever, especially if it was something petty or weird. It's not like abuse or violence or armed robbery or attempt to kill somebody or something. Everything else, you just get put in there for a bit. But when you get in there, they don't tell you like, okay, here's your schedule, you know. You're going to have to get a lawyer or represent yourself. Like they vaguely just tell you all that stuff. And then they're like, see ya, go to your bed. And you're like, what? What bed? What number? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I supposed to get a phone call? This is basically like Sweaty's bus, but a little more windowed out. I do feel like the Bay Area is probably one of the best places to buy auction RVs, just like Sweaty's, like one that used to be in a transit system, like transportation system. Because there's so many of those like medium to sort of smallish size, what looks like a mini RV on the streets here in San Francisco still to today. Rainbow, what you up to? I always hope that nobody has to hit rock bottom. But I'll tell you what, man, if you feel like you're hitting rock bottom, just know that there's only one way out, and it's up. So if you're feeling down, and what goes down must come up. And the harsh reality that I learned as I got older is that sometimes you think, man, I'm hurting, dude. Like, this is tough. This must be the worst time of my life. And sometimes it actually has to get a little harder. Like, even when shit's hard, like, that next, like, peak of it being even harder, like, you gotta power through that, too. So just keep your chin up if you guys are ever struggling. And I hate it's like such a sad message. It's like, but I promise sometimes it's true. Sometimes life gets hard and then it has to get even harder before it makes sense. So if any of you can relate to that, I know that feeling. But it does get better. Moments like that make you realize that you're there for yourself. That why rely on anybody? You're always there. Anytime you've ever needed like support, you've always been there to give yourself at least a smidge of it on your own. Love is great, family's great, relationships are great. You can lean on each other. I do think life is easier when you have more people around you, and maybe a family or a significant other. I also think they say people live longer that are in relationships because they take care of each other. But when life gets tough and you're alone, or you're like a solo wolf, like you just don't like opening up to everybody about your shit, and maybe you keep it from people until things are better, and then you re-enter the chat feeling good. Where you been? Oh, I just been busy, I'm good. But really you were struggling. I'm also one of those types of people. I prefer not to ask for help. I prefer to work on myself or work for whatever I'm trying to do financially, emotionally. So, kind of got to be there for yourself and take responsibility and make the best of whatever the fuck life's throwing your way. I'm only bringing this up because you said, like, once you're in the bottom, that's when you know who your real friends are. It's like, fuck, to forget about your friends. Remember that you are your biggest confidant when you're struggling. Because your friends can do whatever they want, but it's really you that decides if you're gonna make shit work or how much you can do to make your life better every day. Goodness. Being in the streams helped my friggin' anxiety so hardcore, you had no idea. Aw. Oh, I'm glad these conversations aren't giving you anxiety. That's good. I kind of thought maybe I should change the subject soon. I've been alone all day. My boyfriend hasn't spoken a word to me all day, so I'm anxious as fuck. I need this tiny bit of human interaction. Aww. Well, also, I said boyfriend. I don't know if that's best friend or what, but I mean, it's kind of on brand, on topic. You know? Who could be there for you more than you? And sometimes being there for yourself is like, for me, sometimes that's like turning on a song I really like by myself. You guys just remember you can do that. This is your friendly reminder that listening to music is so cool. It's still awesome. It's a good time passer, even if you have ADHD, even if you're multitasking all the time. Once in a while, guys, just turn some music on and appreciate just music. It is such a vibe. It is such a good feeling. Sometimes you just need to do little things. Like my mom, you know, life's not perfect. She's getting older. She misses her son. I miss her. What does she do? She turns on the fucking TV and puts on some kind of show that makes her happy. Like sometimes you just gotta live your life and not depend on people. That's why relationships scare the hell out of me. Because I don't like to depend on people. Like, I like depending on people if they work with me. But it scares me when it's a responsibility within a relationship. Because dependencies are weird and people's attachment styles are different. So you have to, like, make sure you match. Okay, we gotta stand under this tree because it's sprinkling a little bit in my phone. It has so many cracks in it. Look, there's a drop right on the crack. Let's pause for a sec. Let me play your song. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Actually, yeah, I want to go this way. Oh, I love this song. Okay, I have to put my phone in my pocket so I won't see the chat because it is raining a little bit. It's kind of misty, sprinkling. Closer. Sometimes we need some drug-free motivation. You were nice. Here, let me pause. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec.
Behind the fence, boys.
Let me know what's going on in your world.
Mentally, emotionally, I feel that. All the above.
Like north, south, east.
Hey, bro, if everyone really you're close,
Oh shit. So special. Like, wow, dude, Twitch has you. We're fucking lucky, you know? And I'm not kissing any ass either. Like, she deserves that kind of accolades, like that kind of recognition. And we have a lot of friends in that same wheelhouse that deserve that same kind of treatment, and being told that they deserve the love and that they have a bright future and that I'll always be there. Looking forward to seeing what they do next, and if there's any way I can support it, I will. And so, W. Erie for putting herself out there and for believing in herself, and for your community to believe in you and turning it into something real special. And I really do look forward to seeing where life takes you. I don't even care if it's in 20 years from now. I'll be supporting you. Even if Twitch doesn't exist, you really do deserve it. And those of you who are from her stream, I know you guys feel that same way.
Okay. We should be good. As long as I play musical chargers, musical phone charging. Let's finish the song. We back, baby. Hopefully not at the same time. A little bit, yeah. Oh, Liz, you're always a pleasure to have here. Also, my shoulders have been hurting like crazy. I forgot I brought like 4 waters with me.
Been carrying around 4 bottles of water. Well, we mysteriously popped out here. This is the Land's End Lookout. Wow. You just don't really expect this to be what you see when you look over here. Walkie-talkie, this is the west side of San Francisco. And this here is called Land's End. And in front of us down here is the remnants of the Sutro bathhouses. This area was very elaborate. There was actually a lot of buildings over here, a bunch of buildings, huge buildings down here. It was like a tram, or like a, what do you call that? Like almost like a mini gondola that would like take you up the hill, and there was all kinds of stuff over here. This was a very famous tourist slash California resident destination. I think that they said that the pools were originally made so that initially I think the whole cell was like, you know, hard working people can go and relax in this pool. What happened to the gondola? Well, I've read like extensive history on this location. I'm not gonna do that right now. Not every single time, but there is. Dude, whatever he said, I agree, because going down that hill on a bike is scary. Did you hear him? He was like, I don't think this is safe. But in not English. I mean, I can give you guys off the top of my head. We can all piece things together. Let's talk about it. So, I'm probably going to end up reading all the history. I know it. So, essentially, there's a cave over here, and that cave was to like have access to the other side for the water and the pumps. And then they would pump water from this like cave over here. And the opposite side, the cave down there, leads to the opposite side, and like underneath those rocks, sort of. And then they pump water into here, and there's this immaculate building. I guess I should just show you. Oh yeah, check out that link that Lone just sent a link in the chat. So I'll do it like this because I think it's more interesting this way. Okay, so you can see, well, not really. There you go. So there used to be this big ass building down there. You see that? That was right there. Right? Look. All that was over here. So now it's just the remnants. It opened up in 1896. The Sutro Baths were a massive privately owned public swimming complex in San Francisco built by a millionaire and former mayor, Adolph Sutro. Located at the Land's End, which is this area in the park and stuff is over here. A 3-acre facility housed 6 saltwater pools and 1 freshwater tank, featuring slides, trapeze, a museum under a glass roof,
Despite initial popularity, high operating costs and shifting tastes led to its closure and subsequent destruction by a suspicious fire in 1966. They were originally opened in 1986. It took 2 years to build. The structure was designed to fill with 1.7 million gallons of Pacific Ocean water during high tide. It had 6 water pools, varying temperatures, 1 freshwater tank, and a 6,000-seat theater, and a museum displaying art and artifacts from around the world. The architect, Adolf Sutro, he was a wealthy mining engineer and populist who wanted to provide an affordable, healthy recreational space for San Franciscans. It cost only 5 cents to enter. The venue was difficult to maintain and expensive to run. It saw decreased popularity in the 1920s and 30s, leading to a partial conversion into an ice skating rink. The property was sold in 1964 with plans for redevelopment. During the demolition process in June 1966, a massive fire determined to be arson destroyed the remaining structures. The ruins are currently managed by the National Park Service and are a popular tourist destination and very popular destination for locals because it's so beautiful here. You come here and walk every morning or run or take your dog out. It's a great spot. So that's a little bit of the history. Yeah, they were going to redevelop and then they were doing demolition, and then it mysteriously caught on fire when they learned about like insurance fraud or something. You know? I feel like they always talk about how it was arson, but it's like, yeah, how much money did they get insured? Because that person sure was rich already. They probably were like, let me save face, do a little fraud. It was sued for racial discrimination in 1897, resulting in landmark victory in the fight against segregation. Spook Dog said, my mom used to swim there. The pools were closed by the time I went there, but did ice skate there. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was wondering if anybody in here has ever ice skated here back when it was an ice skating rink. Yep, there's a lot of cool history here. It's really trippy if you think about it. Just like 125 years ago-ish is when it first opened. I mean, I guess if you were born in like the 50s, you could see a bit of the transformation and then have known about the fire. But I'd assume your parents or maybe some people's grandparents remember when it was an active facility with services available. But I've seen pictures of the inside. There's like a giant pools in there, and there's just thousands and thousands of people. It must have been like right when they opened or something. At some point, it seems to have thrived. Mysterious fire on a stone building. I don't think it was all stone. It was already being torn down at the time of the fire, so I don't think there was any insurance claims. That's crazy. It was going to be demolished anyways, right? I mean, maybe the demolition crew was like, this job is taking way too long. Let's just light it on fire. The Playland Cliff House when you were kids. Wow. Yeah, there's no remnants of the Playhouse anymore. Oh, I should hook up the mics, huh? It's starting to get windy. I'll do that in just a sec here. Just bear with me. Woof. I'm wrong, most likely.
Yeah, they closed all this off. You used to be able to walk down the stairs. Damn. Wait, so at some point a car unfortunately drove over this edge. Rest in peace to that person. Let's see. Rest in peace, Scrapper Nick. Love you, Nick. Yeah, so unfortunately Nick was driving down this turn, which is all downhill, keeps going downhill. And unfortunately, that person drove over the curb and their vehicle flew over the edge of this. And that's why they have these giant dividers here instead of just the normal wooden fence, the original fence. It makes me wonder, because like, did the car also bounce up into the building? Because it looks like it. Like, if you look at the side of the building, it has all these scrapes and the windows are broken right there. Like, what else could scrape that building unless like a tractor was like on the side of this hill and like accidentally, you know, drove against it or something. It's wild. Maybe it was something else. Good fishing down there? Probably. Yeah, I mean, I remember when this place was open. The Cliff House restaurant. It never really seemed like there was a lot going on at the Cliff House restaurant. And I mean, parking is pretty limited. Like, you have to park down this street. And if people park here just to be at the beach, and then, I don't know, it just didn't seem like when I first discovered this area, it didn't seem like the beach house got a lot of business. All right, let me throw the mics on. This is getting bad. Give me 1 second. see. I mean, I can see it, just can't see the little lights on the. Wait, why isn't that shit working? I can see it, just can't see. Oh wait, I can hear myself. There we go. Check. Okay. Sheesh, dude, it got windy. Quick, very quick. Oh my gosh. Wow, you can still hear the wind. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but. Damn. Doesn't even really. Let's see how it sounds. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Esophagus, syphilis, 1, 2, 5, 7. Hello, everybody. My name is Danny. Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Danny. This is a wind microphone test. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that works. I can turn it up a little bit. There we go. The wind is an IRL streamer's enemy. They're just like, fuck this. What's up, Iceman? What's up, Linux? What's up, Sedai? What are you protesting? Nala, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome. Bro, it's like, I always describe this the same way. You know how there's wind and then there's gusts of wind? It'll be like, oh, it's 15 miles an hour wind, but it's 25 mile an hour gusts. When you're in this part of San Francisco, or maybe the Bay or the Golden Gate Bridge, if it's a windy day, it's all gust. There's no normal wind. It's just forever against your skin, your face, your eyeballs, your clothes, your microphone if you're streaming, or it's almost just you're just like, damn, the never-ending wind gust. That's why you gotta dress up. You gotta have a jacket and stuff, or a hoodie and a hat, because when it gets to be nighttime, that wind, it'll penetrate and make it really cold. How are you, Linux? How you doing? Oh yeah, you guys, you know that Claude thing that I've been talking about that you can set up on your computer? They are gonna release it for Windows too. So I'll be the guy who talks about it before everyone else talks about it, because people on Windows are like, nah, we can do that. But they're gonna release it for Windows, and people who have less coding skills are gonna be like, oh my god, this is amazing. Oh wow, they're picking I think they're picking invasive weeds so that the native plants can grow better.
Man, I just have no idea the days anymore. I one day have to remember Shaft Day, Monday night. Other than that, it doesn't really make any difference at all.
Interesting conversation. He goes, you know, I don't really keep track of what day it is anymore. The only day I need to remember is Monday. I got to take the trash out. He goes, what day it is doesn't matter to me anymore. And I'm just like eavesdropping, like, that is interesting. I guess, you know, doesn't have a lot of responsibility then if he doesn't need to know what day it is. But Then he was like, how about you? Do you really give a shit what day it is anymore? I didn't get to hear the other guy's response, but nah, I need to know what day it is. It's important for me. As a person who's always outside, knowing when the weekend is very important. For the most part, the weekends, to know when's Saturday, Sunday, when are those days coming? Because I have to take advantage of events and places that are even more fun on the weekends. I do think, though, that Apple kind of is I think they're kind of making products sort of better than they ever have before. Like the direction that they're headed and the amount of power you can put in the machines and the way that the unified memory works, the way that the computer works is so different than how a PC works. They're really building like powerhouse. You can make it into one at least. Maybe the default standard low cost version or model is not that impressive. But some of these fucking machines you can make through them are massively impressive. And the ways that they communicate with AI driven technologies, like they'll run intense tasks with like only, well, being in the idle state, like using no CPU or anything. I originally fell for Apple products because I was a young musician. I knew that if I had a laptop, like an Apple laptop, I could record music on it, and I had like a portable portable drive that I could plug XLR and 1/4-inch cables into for microphones and recording and stuff. And so I'd be able to visit a friend and open up my computer and be like, look, I made this. Share with them music and maybe even record some together. And then I was like, this is convenient. I like this. Then I came to learn pretty quickly that most major studios, recording studios, a lot of them use Apple products. They have like these elaborate, like, $50,000 rigs of like computers and monitors and like super beefed out, crazy ass computers. Ever since then, I haven't really been using Windows much, other than my server that runs my OBS for my streams. The next step I'm waiting for in this whole like AI agent game or like co-work game where you can like let it control your computer screen or whatever. The next phase that I'm waiting for is when you can do it all on your phone. Like easily, like prompt. Like I should be able to type a prompt in my phone and it should be able to go to every website it needs to download stuff. It should be able to upload to all my social media platforms clips from my stream, and it should be able to do all of that stuff just straight through my phone without necessarily having to have like a dedicated CPU on a network that I'm like communicating with. It would just be like all via in my phone and some back and forth with like their servers. Man, I've got so much sand in my eyes, it's unbelievable. Ugh. Walking straight into the wind. Oh, yeah. I had to tighten my hat like super tight. I might cut off the circulation in my head. Thanks, Casey. Oh, man. Oh, you guys missed? Some of you guys missed it this morning. The cop pulled over next to me in the parking lot and got out and was like, "Are you good?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" Pardon me? And he was like, "Are you good? Are you guys good?" And I was like, "You guys?" I was like, "Oh, I'm streaming. I'm by myself." "Yeah, I'm good." And he said that they got a police call. Somebody reported loud noises coming from inside of a van in the parking lot. I'd been parked here for like 30 minutes before I even started stream, and there isn't any kind of loud noises or anything that I heard. So I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to be like, "Oh, huh. Well, I mean, if anybody's gonna know, it's me, because I've been here and I haven't heard anything like that." So it's very interesting that you would say it's been reports of loud noises coming from a van, and like, you know, instead I just looked around and was like, "No." And I looked at like the RV and the other van parked down the way, and I was like, "I don't know, maybe them. I don't fucking know, dude." He said hi to the stream. He was very nice. But the more I think about it, it's like I didn't hear any loud noises. There's definitely nothing within my earshot that would have been something I would be worried about at all. I'm pretty aware of my surroundings. But he's like, "You live in here?" I was like, "Yep." And then I opened the sliding door and I showed him. I just opened it for a second and then I closed it. I was like, "Yeah, this is my..." He's like, "Oh, so you live in this?" And I'm just like, "Oh God." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Where are you from?" I was like, "Well, I'm based out of San Diego." He said, how much longer are you gonna be here?" I said, "I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave after the rain," which is, it stops raining in a few days. But he sussed me up for sure. Luckily, I was standing there streaming, enjoying myself, being my normal weird self, just doing my own thing. But I truly, highly suspect that there was no report. I'd appreciate it if they didn't lie. Like, a police officer can just walk right up to me and say anything or ask anything they want. I don't care. But don't lie. That's disrespectful. Just be like, "I don't know, you look weird and interesting. Look at you. You look like you're talking to yourself. Like, your fucking windshield's all busted up. Like, are you good?" Like, just lay it down on me. Let me know what you're really thinking so I can be brutally honest back. But instead, I was just kind of confused. Like, "I don't know, I'm streaming. You want to say hi to my stream?" "You want to see inside my van? It's pretty neat." The second I opened it, he looked in like all of my power stations and my desk and my bed, and he's just like, "You living out of this thing?" It's like, yeah, kinda. I did ask him about the patches, because sometimes they have like fabric, like hand sewn patches, like really nice quality, like something you'd pay like $20 for online if you bought it. that they usually give them to kids. And mushroom sauce, a friend of mine, of ours, he says anytime you see police officers, go up to them and ask them, do you have a patch? If they say no, say, do you have a sticker? And the funny thing is, I've asked maybe 10 cops this now, 10 police officers, and every single time they're like, no, I don't have any patches. Like, I got some stickers for the kids. You want those? And so I grabbed a bunch of stickers and I gave them to everybody, Mushroom and people at TwitchCon, I think it was. But yeah, I was sitting right here and he pulled up. I was just minding my own beeswax. It's not like he has to say, hey, I'm infringing upon your rights by being nosy. He doesn't have to say that. He could literally just be like, what's up? How's your day going? You seem interesting. If you ever see anything out here, you know who to call. Me, this guy. But instead, he was like, I don't know, you might need to investigate this. And it's not a big deal, but I just feel like there was no call. And the parking lot was so chill. It was like 7:30 in the morning. Yo, Mike, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's go with the tier 3. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. What do? Yeah, I was streaming like this when he came up. And I was just like talking and he's like, are you guys good? And I was like, huh? I'm good. I was like, oh, but I'm streaming. And I turned it like this and flipped it so that you guys could see him. Now if he ever drives by, at least I know him. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm tired. I took a day off yesterday, but I did taxes all day and it was not fun. I had like every little hiccup you could ever have. Like every time you'd be like, yeah, I'm just going to hire somebody to do this. But I figured it all out. Some of them were very like weird technical things that were like computer errors and stuff. And like the QuickBooks and TurboTax and all that stuff, there's like a million people navigating through that website all day up until basically all year, but until April 15th when taxes are due, there's like a billion people on the website. So sometimes you will like try to do something and it just glitches out. And some of my uploads of my 1099s were like error, like received in error. So it wasn't counting them. And there was some other things that had to be fixed and adjusted and like reformatted and resaved. And there was like unique errors that were stopping me from submitting certain things. And just the fucking jack of all annoyances. Fucking taxes. Every click you make, you're like, now what? I just wish you could just type in your info, put in all your 1099s, file. I wish it was just smooth. It's almost like they designed the do-it-yourself tax system to just be like painstakingly slow and annoying so that you just hire a tax expert instead. I don't know. Can I do a backflip? I used to be able to do a backflip. I am not relearning that. The amount of times I smashed my head and bent my neck in half while like learning how to commit to backflips, I'm never, ever, ever trying that shit again. But I did. I used to be able to do backflips. But it was like a back handspring. It wasn't a no hands flip. Had issue with TurboTax this year. Errors in the form caused denials from the IRS. They finally fixed it. See, that's crazy. It's funny because I was like, you know what? I'm sick of this. So I opened up my AI assistant agent that literally can control my computer, right? And I was like, analyze the files I'm trying to upload. Will you analyze this page? Will you just like figure out why I'm receiving these errors and it would just with complexity explain to me the nuances of TurboTax and this form and the way that this works and the way that this submission works and it would like reformat everything so that I could do it properly. And it's funny because after several hours of just making progress, but it was so slow, I started hitting walls and I was like, fuck this. And so I had the Claude help me. Cause denials. So wait, they were like, so did you send in your taxes? And they were like, usually when you file your taxes and you pay them, you get an email back like right away that's like your state or federal has been accepted, like immediately. Like usually when you do it, you get like an acceptance right away. And then if there's any audit or any kind of adjustment, you can have adjustments made on your taxes. Like you can underpay and still owe like $1,500 and they won't audit you. But there are such things as adjustments where they're like, oh yeah, you missed this. And now you can't write any more of this off because you've already filed. So now you owe this much money. That does happen. But usually whenever I've applied, it always just gets approved right away. I did have an adjustment once where I had to pay like a few $100s, and I feel like I was told that I could contact like a financial, like an accountant or something, and I could figure it out, maybe have it deducted from my next year's as like a credit or something like that. Like paying it in full with no write-off available because you've already filed, but then being comped later because something. I forget. There's all kinds of weird ins and outs of it. That's why there are tax firms and tax companies that do this shit for people. My last tax person was rude to me once. And I've done my own taxes ever since. I'm not gonna lie. It's like the guy that rolled his eyes when I asked for extra pineapple. And I was like, I don't think I'm ever coming here again. I'll make my own burritos from now on, buddy. I ran out of green shirts. I only have 2 green shirts. I'm trying to wear colors that make this hat make more sense. I need more bright colors. It is spring though, so I should be able to go find some nice earthy spring kind of light tones of green shirts, new shirts for this year. What are you gonna eat? I like the hat. Thank you. So the problem is that it comes off really easily. Like it's not even really on per se. Like there's no sense of a bucket around my head. It's more of like a thing that kind of lays on the top of my giant head. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I have a fucking huge head. I mean, all my big-headed people out there, you know what's good. So when first day I had the hat on, I was like, shit, I might need to exchange this. But the more I wear it, the more I just am becoming attached to it. So I don't know what to do anymore. I haven't the energy to give money to the government. It's too taxing. True. The van and the RV that I pointed out this morning, so what was that, 5 hours ago? They're still parked there too. I really need to just buy a bunch of garbage bags and start walking this parking lot and cleaning it. The next time the cops ask me what I'm doing, I'll say I'm doing what the cities should be doing. Picking up all this fucking trash. Because I feel guilty parking here in the morning and seeing trash all over the lot and just leaving. It just feels like it shouldn't be there. And then if I see it, I feel like a little bit of obligation to maybe pick it up. Somebody had gone through it. Either the wind blew it or if somebody had gone through and picked up a lot of trash today. We left and it was still all here. It's because the beach is filled. It has fire pits, so all the kids and the adults come out here and they have beach bonfires and parties, and then they all walk to the grocery store. There's a big grocery store right here. And they all buy food and alcohol and all kinds of shit. And then they go to the beach and they get wasted and have fun. And it's dark and it's windy. And a lot of them are drunk and high. And so fucking trash. And then just some of them are just super inconsiderate, right? Some of them just don't think about the fact that the ocean is right there. And that it's really windy in San Francisco. And that not only should the trash not be on the beach or on the parking lot, but we want to make sure it doesn't blow into the ocean. But man, after every Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, so like Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning, this parking lot looks like there was a festival and everybody got like kicked out by the police. Nobody cleaned up. Like that's what it looks like every morning after the weekend. And I've seen this gentleman who walks through the parking lot and he picks up trash. And he definitely is just doing it on his own time, on his own dime. And yeah. I feel like if I documented it enough, if I stayed for like a month and I documented like every, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday morning to show what it looks like after it, that like maybe they would be able to hire community workers to show up here and clean it, even though, they're probably already busy doing their job somewhere else. Like it seems like it all gets cleaned up, but there's enough opportunity for it to blow into the park and all that kind of shit. Put some Velcro on instead of the hat. And a little on your forehead. Good idea, Mike. Let's just put some Velcro on my forehead. Stick it right on my forehead. Put some Velcro inside of the hat. That's genius. Wait, where have you been this whole time? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? That's how it's done. Oh.
Ah, sand. What? Oh, and I see dirt. Oh, it's not just sand, it's like dirt and shit from the ground. It's not that dry out here, though. I'm surprised how much stuff is blowing into my eyes. It's dry enough, but it's not super dry. Look at the moody weather. I know. Excuse me. There's so much like sand and shit in the air that like visibility. I don't think it's the fog. Like the visibility just across the parking lot alone starts to. You can see the like wafts of sand and stuff. My poor eyeballs. I gotta love the new hat. Thank you. It's super small, but I love it. It's like a cycling hat or like an athletic hat where it's smaller. It's like a 9 panel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 8 panel, 9 with trim. But it's got vents and everything. It's my summer hat. Why do you say it's not dry? Oh, because it rained for like an hour and a half this morning. A very serious dry spell? The Bay area of Northern California is in a very serious dry spell? Are you sure about that? Are you talking about another area? Because I'm used to being in LA and I'm used to being in... I mean, I've lived in the Bay Area and I've been here for a long time, but I'm used to like LA. I'm used to San Diego. And the little further you go inland, the drier it gets. Yeah, San Francisco Bay Area has been getting a normal amount of rain. You could call it not being raining a dry spell between the rain that's going to most likely continue to come for the next month or so. Depending on if we got summer, early summer. It's definitely not like it used to be. It used to rain so much more in the Bay. Every year. Like clockwork. Your life you just incorporate your life in with the rain, you know? I guess if you compare it to like 20 years ago to today, this could be, yeah, climate change definitely starting to make a noticeable impact, like record heat. But we're still the Bay still gets rain though. The places that are more likely in drought watch is like Los Angeles, and even they officially got out of drought season because of all the rain that Los Angeles had gotten. But the year before, 2024 winter leading into 2025, that was really bad drought, and that's why you know, the Pasadena, Altadena, and Palisades fires were so bad, especially with the wind. Driest since March 1923. This is the driest winter since March 1923 in the Bay. Let's look it up.
Oh, this month in particular. Yeah, it did rain, but it didn't rain. It didn't dump nonstop for weeks on end. Yeah. 2026 is shaping up to be the driest March in the San Francisco Bay Area since 1923, following an unusually warm and dry winter. Yeah, I mean, recorded only 0.06 inches of rain in March so far. I think that I'm so used to it raining for like 3 weeks nonstop. And then when it stops raining for a week and then starts raining for a week, but the rain is less rain too, that like it goes from being like a few inches or a couple inches in a month to being like less than a quarter inch or some shit. Yeah, that's a pretty dry month. Sorry, I'm looking up so many different places right now. It's definitely summer's basically here. I think we're pretty much done with like 40-degree nights and probably entering into the warmer days more and more. Yeah, who is Bart Dimber? It didn't rain much in January, did it? Because we spent some time here. Normally it would be raining a lot, but we did the Bob Weir Memorial. The weather was beautiful that day. '70s tomorrow, and then 40s and 50s next week. Oh man.
You guys, who are you guys gonna prank tomorrow? You guys doing any April Fools? Any April Fools stuff going on? You gonna prank your boss, your coworker, your family, your friends?
Oh my God, Yasmin, thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's too obvious to prank people on April Fools. People are expecting it. No. Thank you so much, Yasmin, for the 500 bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. This is exactly where I was hanging out when that cop rolled up on me. He was like, whoop whoop. I cleaned my car really decently. Did a pretty good car wash. And the little scrubby brush or whatever was like brand new. They must have like just replaced it or something at the car wash I was at. Still looks nice and shiny. The outside looks much cleaner. There was a lot of dirt. When I was like spraying it, the pre-wash, it was like dirt, just like, it's like damn. I'm hooked, dude. You know when you find like a snack or like a something and you're like, I need it. I need to eat this every day. It's available at the store. I can buy it. It's mine. I'm gonna eat it. I don't care what anybody says. I am currently on a kick where every night I go to the store and I buy these like mini platters of fruit and cheese and almonds and apples. One time there was one with dates and cheese and fruit, and I've never seen one with dates since then, but fuck. I'm already thinking about it. I want to go to the store and buy a shitload of fruit again. And that's all I want right now. April 1st TV prank. What is this? I gotta be careful what I play visually and audibly on here. You guys can watch it. Because sometimes if a video is claimed, if it's like owned by somebody, it treats the reaction to the copyright stuff differently than just like music. When it's like owned by a third party, I gotta be a little more careful. If it's just random YouTube videos, I can watch those and react, but sometimes if it's from like a TV show or something. I haven't had a date in years, like the kind when you go with people on a date, or the kind where you eat a date, like from a poem, like a date poem. How long have you been doing the van life thing? Oh, like 2.5 years? Way too fucking long. Long enough to where I'm just gonna lose track soon. I'm tired. I get like this every winter, and then summer comes and I'm like, whoop, let's go. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should sell the van and get an apartment or something.
Because I get cold and the weather's like this all winter, you know, but I live outside basically when I'm streaming all the time. So by the time spring comes and we get that first heat wave, I'm just like, okay, I'm ready for every day. I'm sweating. Every day is sunny. I do wish San Francisco had gotten more rain this March. That is crazy. I didn't realize that it was such a dry month. I should have. I was here. But we did come after the first week. But the month is over now. Yeah, we were able to stream outdoors a lot without having to think about rain now, come to think of it.
You're gonna push on it, but you just ignore it.
It'd be easier to stream in the rain here if it wasn't also windy all the time. Because you could use an umbrella, but sometimes that doesn't really do too much. Thank you guys so much for the support. It's been an incredible month. I think we have more plus points than we ever have in like the last 3 months or something. Hopefully everybody's that's tier 3, it counts for next month before the month ends. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so in December, which was like the follow-up of November, which was like a huge month, which was a follow-up of October, which is a huge month, my birthday, 2-year anniversary, followed up by September, which was the subathon. Either way, in December we had 155 plus points. In January we had 146 plus points. In February we had 153. And this month we have 155. So it's the most we've had since last December. The most plus points. Which means that it's the most people that subscribed with their own money, because I only get plus points from people that pay on their own. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's this thing on Twitch called plus points. And if you get enough of these plus points, you get a raise, essentially. So instead of making 50-50 split for earnings on your sub revenue, when people pay, you get 60-40 split, or even 70-30, depending on how many plus points you get. But we've been on this program now for over a year, and I'm so grateful. And every month that we continue to get the over 100 plus points, it gives ourselves another extension. So we get to keep continuing it for 12 months, ongoing, repeatedly, forever, hopefully. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Like, so when somebody subscribes at tier 1, I get 1 plus point for that month. So at the beginning of the first of the month, I have 0. So if you subscribe at tier 1 and you pay for it, I get 1 point. But if you gift it, I don't get any points, but you can still gift subs because it helps. But if you subscribe at tier 2, I get 2 plus points for that month. So if one person did a tier 1 and one did a tier 2, I'd have 3 points, right? And then if you subscribe at tier 3, that's the big kicker, is that I get 6 plus points. So it helps keep me in this bracket where I keep the 60-40 split. And since I'm a partner, tier 3 subs, I actually get paid 70% of the sub revenue. So tier 3 subs are one of the best ways that you can support me. It might be expensive, but it's one of the best exchanges. Even with bits, you might be paying them more, Twitch more, to pay me than you would be if you were doing a tier 3 sub. So I get a better split of tier 3 than tier 2 or tier 1. But all of them count, all of them help, and that's how that point system works. So thank you guys so much for all the support with that, and I couldn't do this without you guys. So, and I'm working on a lot of things. I'm finally I've probably earned my money back with all the value that my computer has given me since I've purchased it for streaming related things, but I'm more and more utilizing it, especially with these new pieces of technology. So I'm working on things. Hopefully we see more growth and things from being more active on social media and sharing some of our favorite clips. If anything, at least we're sharing, so that if people who already follow are like, oh shit, I didn't see that stream, and they come and check in more, or it brings new people, returning visitors. Either way, I'm working hard, and I'm trying to make the best of the amount of time and energy I can put into things as one person can. So thank you. Look at this. Even this thing is rusting. Nothing lasts forever, guys. Everything just falls apart.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Yasmin. I was sure to give me a laptop and sure to use all on his locally. Nice. Man, he's a dying breed in the desert. Jesus. I do appreciate your guys' support a lot. Thank you. You know what's crazy? Remember Arav and Vanguard? They stream together a lot. The office drummer Vanguard and Arav like triple rated me one day. I met all of them here and there. But I was checking on his stream the other day, Vanguard, and he said that they're buying a diesel VW van and they're gonna like fix it up and then like drive it like around somewhere. And I thought that was exciting. So they're gonna buy like a $3,000 van and like hopefully fix it up for like $1,000 and then take it on a road trip. They're getting a turbo diesel VW. I was like, oh shit. They don't even need a jack. They could just literally like pick one of them could just pick up part of the vehicle and take off the tire, put a new one on. Dudes are fucking stacked, young and fit. You know, very good guys too. Those dudes. Some stuff on my phone. His sister follows. Yeah, I remember I brought them up. I remember that. Yeah. She was like, that's my brother. I was like, really? Like brother? Like by blood or like bros? Like, what are you talking? I remember that actually, yeah. I hope she's doing good. My aunt had a VW Westfalia camper van. They drove all over the country in the 90s and early 2000s. I think they finally got rid of it in 2010 after having it for almost 30 years. Wow. Yeah, VW vans were like one of the first cool vans I ever saw in Michigan. Because they had like conversion vans, like camper vans. But they didn't really... But the ones that stood out to me was really cool VW vans. And we had a neighbor... that they had like a fire pit in their backyard, and they had a friend who had a VW van, bus, and they would park it like right next to the fire pit in the backyard, and then they would like bring out like their instruments and play music and sing and make food and drink and smoke. I just remember being like, damn, that van is so random and cool. And so out of place, sort of. Like where it was, where I would see it. Oh yeah, when we raided Dan Clancy and his van was leaking water and his internet was going out. He was like in his van in a rainstorm somewhere. It was like dumping rain, like crazy severe rain, and he's streaming in it with like his assistant or like and someone else, like a musician or something, like a group of people. Whoa, did the bee land on my head? Is it on my head? Let me watch the video. Let me see the playback. Oh, it flew away. We're getting a little bit of sprinkles. It's collecting your pollen, my head pollen. The weather should be similar to this tomorrow too. Artemis 2 is scheduled to launch on April 1st, 2026. Am I bisexual? No. Why are you gay? I think it's about that time, guys. I think today we can do what we've done and call it a day. Bisexual, buy me something, and then we can discuss getting sexual. I was just about to say, someone beat me to it. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe we'll watch sunrise in like a rainy morning sunrise tomorrow. We haven't done one sunrise stream from Twin Peaks yet, and we haven't done Golden Gate yet. But we've done Fort Mason, downtown, Barcadero, Golden Gate 8, all the fun places. When is Fisherman's Wharf stream? We already went there like 3 times, but we might end up back in that area again, maybe. I have a friend, and he's streaming right now. He's in New York. He's awesome. Great quality streamer. It's so funny because he's like, oh, thank you, Danny, for helping me learn how to set up my streaming stuff. And I'm like, he just asked me during stream one day a couple questions, and I answered some questions, and then he figured everything else out on his own. But, like, he just, like, I think he came from TikTok and then came to Twitch. So he, like, once he figured out how to have high quality content and keep the signal stable, he's immediately partnered. Like, he's got an incredible community, lots of viewers. Why is there such a YouTube lag? I don't know. Latency between
platforms. Maybe it's prioritizing Twitch. Or maybe I need to adjust some of the settings within my streaming software to adjust the latency. But this guy's name is Dan. We have the same name. So again, thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you VKite for the 20 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you Mike for the resub at tier 3. Yasmin for the 500 bits. Display name with the request earlier. That was a nice song. Thank you. Dala did a resub today at tier 1. Glynis resubbed for 11 months, tier 1. And Glynis gifted 5 subs, which was very generous. And Lakebug resubbed at tier 3 for 25 months. Thank you so much. Dia gifted 5 subs. Office Drummer got 1. Commanda resubscribed for 16 months. Oh, thank you so much, Jagged, for the 200 bits. Yeah, anything that comes in now goes into the last day of pay for March. So I'll get paid. Anything that just came in today's cutoff date for March. So everybody's support, I'm super grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't do any of this stuff without you guys. And I really appreciate being able to wing it like I did today and just enjoy the day with you guys. I did yap a lot more than I probably should have, but yeah, every day is better with you guys. So thank you so much for being a part of my life and supporting me. And take good care of yourselves, okay? I'm gonna go to the store right now and I'm gonna grab a platter of fruit and maybe something else for dinner or something. But all I gotta do is go down there to the grocery store. I get everything there for tonight. And I'll chill. Why are you gray? Why are you gray? Thank you, Jagged. Thank you, guys. Oh. much love to everybody here. Oh, wait, copy and paste this stuff. Hey, I just got here. You wrapping up? Yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah, if you guys are new, make sure you follow on Twitch so you can keep up with the streams. I stream a lot. You're always welcome back. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. If you're new on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel because I'll be back. If you're watching on Kick, that's wild. They front paged us the other day a little bit. I appreciate that. We did get like 15 new followers that day or something. If you're watching on Kick, thank you. We do have people who watch on Kick. It's just a little more desolate over there. Like the most active chat, Twitch. Sometimes YouTube chat overcomes the amount of Twitch chats that's happening because there's a lot of lurkers on Twitch. And then Kick is like the smallest chat as far as activity goes. Take care of yourselves. Take your medicine. Take your multivitamin. Drink your water. Believe in yourself. Treat yourself good. Just be fucking good to yourself. You guys are always so good to me. I feel like you better be being good to yourselves. Oh, I love you, Lakebug. I'll see you later. Love you, VKite. Okay, we're gonna raid Dan. He goes by All Day NYC. Let's get some hype ready for this raid. Good night, Liz. Good night, Addie Love. Good night, Link. Good night, Lona Ranger, Miss Orange Green, Lakebug, Rainbow, Therion. Good night to everybody, friends. You guys are amazing. If you're not in the Discord yet, just click this little link. You can join it. That's 24-hour access to me, the community. Might not want to click it right now because we're doing a raid. You might miss the raid. But you can come back to my chat later and type Discord like I did. Later, MJ. Bye, Yasmin. Good night, Nala. Bye, everybody. Later, Casey. Good night, Groot. And to anyone else lurking, this one's for you. And Lone Stranger, I saw ya. Good night, everybody. Good night, good night, good night. Have a beautiful rest of your day or night. Bliss rating 3.